Yo, 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 it's the kid, 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 it's the kid. Um, coming in at you here for a very special discussion. And I think, this is a discussion. I don't know how long this is going to take, but I think this was definitely a topic that I wanted to speak on, because I think this is a topic that is very personal to me, And again, I was going to come in here, as you well know, just as a regular dude, but we do have some guests, and I think the beauty of the guests that we have, we're going to talk about racism, and we're going to go all the way. I'm going to talk about racism in the most transparent, honest way possible. So, Sam, who's been a follower of the Football Hot for a while, said, "You know what? I want to come and talk about this, because we just had an interesting discussion with regards to being Black American and so forth. And I wanted just to talk about experiences of racism through Black people of different backgrounds. So what I want to do is let everyone introduce themselves, tell them where you're based, and tell them what your racial makeup is. So we just have a clear idea. So I'll let Sam go first.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm Sam. I'm actually from the Bronx originally, but I'm currently living in Germany. A little bit about myself is that I've actually been in the military, and I'm also doing other things like I'm working with IT. As far as my background, I'm first generation in the States. So my dad's Nigerian, my mom's Jamaican. Yeah, pretty much it's been. So I've had that experience of kind of like being being the child of immigrants in the U.S.
Okay, Corey. Hey, yeah, guys, I'm Corey from Philadelphia, originally East Coast, not too far away from Sam. I would say I would say my experience is a typical African American experience. I do not have immigrant parents, but I would say I grew up in kind of a Black bubble in Philadelphia, only around Black people. And when I was 18, I left America. I left my Black bubble, and I've been kind of living amongst different kinds of people ever since. So I also live in Germany, and I'm also in IT, just like Sam. And yeah.
Okay, cool. Juan.
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm Juan. I'm originally from Miami, Florida. Grew up in a very, very immigrant influenced Miami, Florida. My mom's from Cuba. I'm bilingual. I live in California right now, San Francisco, California. I work in Silicon Valley. I work in tech. I'm an engineer, and traveled a lot. Been to like 16, 17 countries. So yeah, I have a pretty interesting view about this.
Okay, that's cool. So I think that was a good jump of just for people just to sort of explain themselves and so forth. So there are many different ways where we can jump off from this. So I'm just going to go and dive into my personal experience and where I stand with regards to racism. So we can start there with how did we first encounter racism and how do we view racism? So I'll sort of get things going so you can get an idea of what I want you guys to go into, then we can then extrapolate the conversation. So I am Nigerian. I was born in London, England, but I moved to Nigeria when I was about 2 years old. So I did my nursery school and a portion of my primary school in Nigeria. So literally from all I can remember is living in Nigeria where everyone is Black. Everyone is Black. So racism, I didn't even know what racism was because everyone was Black. So the issue was, okay, what tribe are you from? Are you from this tribe? Are you from that tribe? And so forth. Because the first time I saw a white person, I was maybe like 7 years old, 6, 7 years old, because there were no other people. So I then went, let me see, 10, 11, I went to an international school in Geneva. So the thing about the international school of Geneva, it was a bubble. Literally, everybody was of different races and so forth. There were some hints of racism I sort of had from some of the local Swiss people, but because we're so protected in this kind of international bubble, racism wasn't there. So at 13 years old, I moved to England. And that's when I encountered racism. So That's when, people would mock my accents. People, because again, I remember what's it called? Oh yeah, I think I already mentioned from my geography teacher. He did two things. Remember my geography teacher in England, and this is me and my friend Aboyo and everything. He used because he would basically mock like my friend Aboyo. He basically like Rob like that, mocking us. I remember one time we were watching a cricket game, and he knew I was in the room. He knew I was in the room watching this cricket game. I was at the back. Remember, I'm 13 years old. This guy's like an old dude and everything. And then he was saying that a piece of equipment that this cricket guy is wearing is a nigger pack. And when he did that, he sort of smiled. He looked at his other two white guys. They smiled, and they sort of slowly looked back at me. I didn't even know how to react because look, this is an older guy. I just literally just walked out. And that's still to this day has stayed with me. So again, different skirmishes and so forth. So it was a culture shock for me because I didn't know what racism was. For me, racism didn't exist until I was 13 years old based on growing up in Nigeria, where everyone is black. So as I went through and so forth, what I found was people took two choices for being black people. So there were black guys that said, this is what it is. I have to assimilate. I know it's bad and everything, but I've got to assimilate to the white people and the culture and so forth is what I've got to do. But I took the other path. I said, wait a minute, nope. I grew from Nigeria. I respect my identity and who I am as a Nigerian. I have to fight against this. And through my experiences of being mocked and names being said, different things about my skin color and so forth, all the jokes in the world, poor African people, I mean, because I'm black, say, hey, yeah, man, thinking I'm Jamaican and so forth. So all these things just sort of fermented in my brain. I'm saying, you know what? Because I'll keep it real with you. And this, I've sort of learned this because I've got more white friends. Like I had a view that's literally, I can't trust any white people. Any white person I see, I don't trust you. And even now, I'm still working on this now. I'm trying to be a bit more open, but still in my subconscious, anytime I see a white person, I'm like, I don't know whether I can trust you. I need to first know you, talk to you, then because again, if I'm in a room I'm the only black guy and it's all white people, I don't feel comfortable. I've never felt comfortable in a room where I'm the only black guy. When I see another black and everything, yes, I can now feel relaxed. And and people can say, oh no, why do you feel that way? I can only do that based off my experience in public school. My experience of public school was infested with racism, infested with some of the most nasty, disgusting people I've ever experienced who said some of the most nastiest things. So just to round this off so I can kick it to Sam, from my point of view, what I've realized is like, not all white people are the same. Not all white people are the same. But my thing is this, and this is just from my knowledge, is there are white people who are racist. They don't like black people. They will never like black people. They will always see black people as monkeys, coons, niggers, and you're lazy, you're disgusting people. They will never like you. Then there are other white people who are ignorance. And because they live in a bubble and because they don't have any black friends, they don't know any black people, they have a very stereotypical view of black people. So, oh, you're cool, you're into hip hop, or you're Jamaican. Like even when I moved into my crib, the lady who was the kind of like landlord lady, she thought I was Jamaican. I say, oh yeah, the accent's like, I don't know where Jamaica is on the map. And then there are other white people who live with black people. They know black people. They have black friends. They're in black environments, and they can sort of have a better understanding of black people because they are in close proximity to black people. They've dealt very closely to black people. And those are the white friends I have. The white friends I have are very comfortable around the black people, are very comfortable around a black environment. So that's just where I stand. It's those people. So the racists, those who are ignorant, and those who are very comfortable in black people and black experiences. So, Sam.
Okay, one thing I would add on top of that is this is a complex everywhere. I was going to say this was exclusive to the United States, but this is everywhere. But you got people that hang out with black people, that have friends that are black, that are very comfortable, that on the surface appear to be very comfortable around black people, but deep inside they're racist. I mean, it's very That's one thing that a lot of Black people in America will tell you. I mean, that there's people that have a level of casual racism, and you ever hear the term where someone says, "Hey, I have Black friends," or some chick that says, I dated a Black."
Oh, we'll get that. The whole female thing, that's a very interesting thing because that's a more sexual fetish complex. But carry on.
Yeah, so I mean, you got that. Then you have I was actually talking with Corey about this earlier today, but like you got some of those people that are woke, quote unquote, but really the thing is that they're just woke as a fad. They're not really genuine. They don't really care about the cause. And then you have those people, like you were saying, that are not racist, not ignorant. They're just, I mean, they just don't really know about Black people. And then you have people who are genuine. It's kind of interesting for me. I try not to generalize on anybody. I try to just do this individual by individual because when it comes to it, there's people of all different types of classifications. You got this in other races, but I mean, these are the ones I notably see in white people from from my experiences. As far as like growing up, like first time I've ever really encountered racism was when I was in high school. Elementary school was interesting because when I growing up, like, yeah, we had white teachers, but apart from that, it was pretty much I went to public school in the Bronx, mostly Black and Hispanic kids. My best friend was Chinese. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. High school, one of the interesting things was I went to a high school which was in Morris Park. If anybody knows about the Bronx, that was like where the last remnants of the mafia was. And and I went to high school during the time when it was where it was a peak. It was kind of like a battlefield of gangs that were split up by ethnicity. So you had the Bloods, you had the Crips, you had the Latin Kings, you had another gang called Nietas. You also had you actually had a couple white gangs too. You didn't have the mafia because the mafia, most of their kids went to Long Island, but you had Albanians and Serbians because this was like late 90s. So you're talking like guys who were immigrating from those areas due to the war. And yeah, I mean, the first time I've ever really encountered it was from two instances, and I vividly remember them. There was this one Russian kid that was in one of my classes. I think I was in one of the advanced place classes because I did well in school. But yeah, it was kind of funny because he was the only white kid in class, and he had the audacity to fucking tell me, hey, like he was basically mouthing the N-word to me. He didn't actually say it, but he was mouthing it to me. The next time I encountered it was with the cops, actually. The cops weren't white, but these were like two Hispanic cops, like two really big Puerto Rican cops. I was going on a weekend, and like on the weekend I used like a bus. We had these bus passes that were like that you were only supposed to use during school time. I used it like on a weekend when I wasn't supposed to, but I was like 14, 15 years old. Cop chased me down thinking I was trying to run, and immediately grabbed me, slammed me to the wall, and like handcuffed me.
Wow.
And yeah, it was really, really painful. It was really fun. It was traumatizing. It was really traumatizing.
And how old were you?
I was 14.
Wow.
Yeah. It's one of the notable things I remember. I mean, apart from like war, but war is a completely different subject. But yeah, that's a little bit of my background on like racism, especially in my early life. Yeah.
Okay. Corey.
Yeah, so growing up, I was not too far from Sam. I was in Philadelphia, about 90 miles away, 100 miles away. So I had a similar experience. Like a lot of East Coast cities, there's a lot of racial segregation in the neighborhoods. I'm sure London is the same way. You know, you have Italian, Irish, African American, Puerto Rican, things like that. So my first experience of racism was very early. dealing with that. Like when I went out of my bubble, but it wasn't until I left America that I realized that a lot of white folks outside the states were not as racist as white Americans were in the states. Like it's a very unique kind of racism in the U.S. I would say it's a very suffocating status quo, strictly based off of color type of racism in the U.S. And I'm sure in other former colonial powers it's very similar to that as well. But unable to really make white friends until I left America, and I was able to interact with different kinds of white people and stuff like that from different places. Because even now to this day, like I feel like a lot of white Americans, it's very difficult to be friends with them because to be quite honest, in that country, if you're a white person, you are told that you are the best. You were told that everything good in the country came from people who look like you. You were told that everything intelligent, every good idea came from people who look like you. You were told that every kind of achievement or historical battle or war or anything came from people like you. So when you grow up thinking like that, of course you're going to look at minorities or other people as beneath you. And I mean, and it's got to the point right now where it's so embedded into the mentality of the country that even white Americans who genuinely mean good, they have this education, this white supremacist education that kind of prevents them from ever really truly becoming, being able to see people as equal, and I found that,
it's hard for them to be empathetic based on education. Yeah.
Definitely took the words out of my mouth. Yeah, they really lack the empathy that's required for other people that are not like them, and the re-education is going to take a long time, for the white Americans specifically. But I try to be very cynical. I try to be cynical about it. And trying to be negative, but that's been my take on it in the earlier years. Like, thank goodness I grew up around because I grew up in a black bubble. I was able to at a very early age had instilled in me black pride, and that allowed me and later on in life to be able to handle a lot of the shit that just comes with being a black man in the world. I mean, when people would tell me, no, nothing good ever came from black African Americans. You guys are just complainers. You guys are just crybabies. You guys haven't done anything really of note in the country. I can tell them that that's bullshit because I know my history and I know, the achievements of African Americans and stuff like that. So, that's something that you really need in this world. You really need to be able to know where you come from, know the achievements of your people, because this cold world out there will try to rip you apart, and you need to have that. You need to have that armor. You need to have the ability to say, no, that's not true. I have, and a lot of African Americans don't have that because, in the country now, it's kind of like, we're all the same. Everybody kumbaya. There is no race. I don't see color, man. We're, and I mean, and that's just not how the world is. That's just not how the country is. There are certain realities that you need to deal with, and you need to deal with head on. So,
okay, yeah. Juan, give us your background.
All right. I grew up in Miami, so Miami's a very, very heavily immigration with people from different parts of the Latin America, from Jamaica, from South America. So I really didn't experience racism at first because I went to a school that was mostly Latinos or people from Haiti, African Americans. So I really didn't see racism until I was maybe about 10, till we moved to a city north from Miami, and to Tampa was all white. My mom told me the story actually not too long ago. The lady in the cafeteria told my mom that the teacher that I was going to be in her class liked to have minorities removed from her class, like black and brown people removed from her class. And she actually set all the students that were of color in basically one section because the white parents did not want their kids to sit next to kids of color.
Wow. And how old was this? What's the age?
I was like maybe 12, 11. something like that. But I didn't notice it then, but my mom noticed. It's one thing. My mom was very involved in the school, and so my mom kept going to the school and kept dealing with this thing. This is a very, very, very older white woman, and you could tell she grew up in the South, and she had this negative stereotype. So you can understand when people started to move to Tampa, it was new immigrants, so they were very forced into these places that had these old Southern ways that they didn't want to be around Black people. It doesn't matter if you were an immigrant, you were brown. If you were not white American, you didn't fit in. They didn't want your kids to be around them, right? So that was my first experience with racism. Actually, one thing happened. Me and this kid were sitting next to each other. He used to curse a lot, and I guess he cursed at home. And he told his parents that he learned from me. She took me to the principal office and tried to get me suspended. What I've been finding out the story. My mom had to come to the school. My mom threatened the principal and had to come to the school and threaten this lady. This is my first time dealing with racism. Then we moved back to Miami. That I never dealt with it no more. But I always knew that it exists. Then I just felt comfortable being around more Black people than white. This is one of my first step. Like, damn, American white. I didn't think all white people was racist. I thought American white people was racist. That's my thought, right? And I would say about my Blackness. I grew up in a household. I don't know if you know this. In Cuba, they believe in a very Nigerian African religion in Nigeria called from the Yoruba tribe called Orisha. So we had like, my mom wasn't a Christian. She believed in Orishas, the Ifa, and believed in this type of I would say Nigerian philosophy that I didn't agree with. So I always had this Blackness that I knew that what I believed in came from Africa. And I'm not trying to be funny. Like, a lot of things we do in America come from Europe, right? Christianity, we're not originally Christians. Let's be honest, we're not. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm sorry, dude. I'm not very PC. I think what the problem you see right now, it started with colonialism. The problem we have right now, the United States never fixed the issue from slavery. They released the slaves in 1869. We never got any land. If you look at it, a lot of Europeans came from Europe, poor peasant Europeans. They gave them land. We never had nothing. And people had to fight from that. And we're still fighting from that. The wound was never fixed. It was like a cancer taken out, but you never gave the chemo to fix it. So now people in the US are saying, oh, I never knew this exists. They know it exists. People choose to be ignorant about it. People choose. We had the last school that was segregated was 1970. Jim Crow law was 1930. Our parents or grandparents are still alive to view that. So we're not out of this type of mindset. So when people want to turn their back and say it doesn't exist, it's when white Americans go to, I know a lot of times white Americans go to Europe and tell people in Europe, oh, the United States is not racist. That is a fucking, excuse my language, that's a lie, direct lie. If you look at the schools we go to, it's based off schools. Remember, this is a capitalistic country. So if you live in a poor area, you go to a poor school. The teachers are bad. The property values are low. The crimes are high. If you, this is amazing thing. If you go for a job, the percentage of Black people getting in tech, let's say the new technology in tech, there's 3% of Black and brown people are getting jobs. It's not just about Floyd getting killed. It's about the whole racist colonial system when they came from Europe, and they don't want to let go. This country wasn't made for people like me and you. This was made for white people, rich elites. And this is what they don't want to admit. And this is this is one of the main problems, and they won't let up. And the one thing about Black people, we need to get together and stop saying you're this and you're that. Because a lot of times in the US, I'm gonna be honest to you, being from the continent of Africa is bad. African booty scratcher, you be Black like an African. They teach this negative to say that all of us has traveled on here. How many of us been to Africa? Let's be for real. Probably none of us.
I've been multiple times, bro.
But I'm saying,
I have not. I have not been there, and nobody I know has been there except you, Sam.
But real quick, so that's because you've gone to, because there are many places that we can go, but you're now going to a very interesting place, and I think this is where we can now have a discussion, and I think this is even where me and Sam began a discussion, because I said to Sam via email that, do you feel American? Do you call yourself American? And Sam said yes. So my point of view, which is obviously what Juan was getting into, is that, you see, I've lived in England the longest out of anywhere. So combined with Nigeria, Switzerland, and England, I've lived in England the longest. I don't feel an iota of English. Not one. I've lived here the longest. I've got a red passport. I don't feel an iota of English because I'm aware. Because I know what's what. This country isn't built for me. And if I was to call myself English, they will just use me for my talents, but there is always a ceiling. There's always so far that you can go, because the Englishman, different, but the Englishman is very, very smart. He's very, very smart. That's why there was the British Empire. That's why, look, Americans, they speak English because of the British Empire. They used their cunning to rule and screw over a lot of the world. So I don't see myself like I am Nigerian. We can go to the whole thing of like countries and everything, but if you were to ask me where are you from, I am Nigerian. My culture is Nigerian. How I think, how I operate, my values, my ethics, my moral code, my moral compass all comes from Nigerian culture. But then I look at an America. And you see, for me, this is what I always say, and we can even go deep. If a black guy tells me he's English, I laugh at him. I'm like, that's a joke. Now, if a black guy tells me he's American, I believe him. Because the Jay-Z story can't happen in England. No way. It can't happen. The Jay-Z story isn't happening in England, because England, the class system is very well intact, and they will ensure that there's no way that a black guy can be the level of a Jay-Z. In America,
Wow.
if the Jay-Z story can happen. So, was that?
I said, "Wow, I've never heard anybody say that before." I'm kind of, yeah. That's insane,
bro. I mean, look, let me just give you a little taste in here. You see, you have to keep in mind. You have to keep this in mind. America is a very, very young country, extremely young. England is a very, very old country, extremely old. And remember, England was an empire that's ruled over most of the world. America didn't have that. America didn't have that. So England's history is different from America's history. See, America's history is hand in hand with blacks, with slaves. So, which is why what is happening in America right now, this is always going to happen. Because the energy you put into the world is the energy that they put out. You took guys from their homes illegally, didn't pay them, and they built the backbone of your industry without any pay, with horrible conditions. This was always going to happen. So this tension is like, and we can't get equality. We should be getting reputable. We can't even get equality, so it can happen. But for England, this is an old country. English people are arrogant because we were an empire. For listen, I speak English because of the British Empire, because they ruled over Nigeria. So there is no way in England they will allow a black man or an Indian man to be as big as a Richard Branson, or as big as Rolf, or as big as, no way. Look at the House of Commons. The House of Commons is like 99% white. It's 99% white. You've got black governors, you've got black ministers of chief, you had a flipping mixed race president. There is a 0% chance there is a non-white prime minister in England. 0% chance. Because English people, they're very smart. They're like, because they keep that system intact. And they keep the class system intact. Because I always said that the whole thing with rich and poor in England is very like, England will make you know that, no, we are rich, you are poor. We are better than you just because, And so it's because I always say the difference between England and America, because again, my brother, he's in film. He's lived in England and he's lived in America. So he tells me the experience, because he lived in New York and LA. Because he said that in England, you can be as good as you want to be in England. There's only so far you can go. In America, yes, there's racism. Yes, there are things that can hold you back. If you're good and you can make money, it doesn't matter what color you are. You've got to get lucky, go through racism. But as long as you can make people money in America, sky's the limit. You can be a Tyler Perry, you can be a Denzel, you can be a thing. Is it any surprise that Idris Elba, Daniel Kaluuya, all these guys had to move to America to make it? Because in England, they're not really getting any of these opportunities, So that's just a little taste there. But I want to now swing it over to Sam, and this is where we jumped off here. So you accept that America is racist. You accept that they see you as a lesser citizen. why do you then still consider yourself American if that country, as Juan pointed to, is built mainly it is built mainly for whites and it catered for whites, and it is not really built to really bring people like who look like you, big lips, wide nose, to build you guys up. It's built for the people with the thin lips and pointy nose. So, Sam, what do you see yourself as American?
I'm just gonna straight up be honest, but like, I don't feel as extreme. I don't feel as extreme as like Juan. I mean, because let's be serious here. Like, we can establish, just like you mentioned a few seconds ago, if you push as far as you can be almost anything you want in the US. I think that a lot of the race issue ties with the class issue, and the class issue led to what we had, and that's the whole racism and format that's going on. Because think about it this way: so slavery, that set us back. That was the first setback. Secondly, it was the post-segregation Jim Crow South. Then you go to after that, when integration happened. Pretty much you had the New Deal, LBJ, all of that stuff. You probably heard about that in history school. But those things broke down a couple different points in the Black community, because really the key thing that they did was that they killed the Black middle class, and they made the Black middle class more of like a straight. They made the classes in America more like a straight line up and down than a gradual slope, kind of like the other classes in the United States. Because if you look at white Americans, they have a strong middle class. They've got a lot of business owners, and they got a lot of people up, and they got their strong 1%. Obviously, the top is going to be very thin, regardless of what you look at. But then again, I mean, over that time, even with all that hardship, I mean, all the rich African American history that came from that, despite that hardship. I mean, you're talking about inventors, the person who, I mean, you got people like George Washington Carver, Lewis Latimer. You got the guy who invented the gas mask, the guy who invented open heart surgery. That's just the surface of it. There's a lot more to that. And these people contributed to things, not just to America, but to the rest of the world. And one thing that's unfortunate about this is that when you go in America, we have Black History Month, and that's every February. The only things that they really teach most schools is about Martin Luther King, maybe like a smidgen of fucking Malcolm X, and then George Washington Carver, and that's it.
So they don't teach about Nat Turner and all those people.
Oh,
hell
God.
no!
They
no, they don't teach you about Nat Turner. No way, man. Because then you have to explain why Nat Turner was doing what he did. You know.
Yeah.
So actually, no. To all you guys though, because I'm also learning as well. So to all you guys, were you taught slavery in school, and to what extent were you taught about slavery in school?
Okay, so in school, I was taught quite a good extent of slavery. I learned about Harriet Tubman, Underground Railroad, Sojourner Truth, Frederick Douglass. I mean, pretty much that was the baseline of it. I mean, there's all types of different complexes. Really, the whole concept of how the transatlantic slave trade was conducted, basically taken from their homes, mainly brought from West Africa, and brought over to the Caribbean and then to the continental United States. Yeah, and then obviously the Portuguese and Spanish took some slaves and they brought them down to South America. But I didn't learn that in school. I actually learned that on my own.
Okay. So for Corey and Juan, like, how much about slavery were you guys taught in your schools?
Yeah, for me, it was we were taught, the basic stuff. The Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria came over 1492. The first slave came over in Jamestown and everything, and we were taught that it was a very sanitized version of slavery, meaning there was none of the horror, there was none of the brutality, there was none of the talk about raping black women. There was none of the stories of how many African Americans a day are mixed with European, and why that is. There was never any talk about the lead up to the Civil War and the things after the Civil War, which is the really important focal point in the U.S. history, because that's after the Civil War, the 14th and 15th Amendments were created, which gave birthright citizenship, which gave blacks the right to vote, which gave women the right. No, women didn't get the right to vote until later on, but it gave birthright citizenship, and it gave a lot of rights to people, and it created this new free class of black people for the first time. And the KKK, that was a direct result of that. The Jim Crow law, black codes and Jim Crow laws were a direct result of that, because and these are the type of details that they did not teach you in school. It was a very surface level history lesson. And Black History Month, which used to be Black History Week, which used to be Black History Day, was supposed to supplement that with more information. But nowadays, I feel like people are, because a lot of African Americans are so afraid to talk about race, it's a hot button topic. I know in my job, Black History Month just goes and is ignored. Nobody talks about anything. Nobody talks about all the Black accomplishments.
Black history is just done for
It used to be a day. It used to be a day. And and even when MLK, Martin Luther King Jr. is the only American that has its own day as a holiday. Christopher Columbus has a day, but he's not an American. No president has a day. We'd have President's Day, but Martin Luther King is the only American citizen that has a day as a holiday for himself, and that was vehemently opposed by everybody, by every Republican, every conservative, leading up to that. These are the type of things that they don't teach you in school. And you're talking about American identity before. American identity. The reason why I consider myself an American, and a person can come to America and sign that piece of paper. You've heard it, the saying, you sign that piece of paper, you're an American, no questions asked, kind of thing. It's because I'd say our country doesn't really have a cultural identity that's tied to a race. Like Swedish people, German people, Nigerian people, their cultural identity is basically tied to a race. America, it's kind of like more of an ideal, I would say, more of an idea. So, a person comes to this country, they sign that piece of paper, they like capitalism, they work hard, kind of thing. Nobody really questions like, oh, are you really American, or how American are you? Things like that. That just doesn't happen in the country anymore. So I think the transition is a lot smoother and a lot easier than, say, like a person in Germany. Germans. Well, I live in Germany, and they have their issues with their immigrants. And some people have been here for 20 years and they're still not considered German. Like we don't, as far as I know, Juan and Sam, we don't have those issues in the States, right? I mean, like we don't have people that have been in America for 20 years and speak English and not considered American.
Correct.
This country just don't get down like that. But again, like I said, that's kind of tied to the fact that our identity is not really tied to a race. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Okay. So Juan.
I would say we had the month, and we talked about Harriet Tubman, Underground Railroad, Martin Luther King. Definitely didn't talk about Malcolm X, too radical. But it's basically, the basic 3 or 4 black people that white people actually liked. Then after that, you were bought and you were sold. Pretty much, it didn't talk about the whole gambit of how we got here and the whole racial structure of of why things happen and the whole the Buffalo Soldier. No, it wasn't that in depth. It was a month. Okay, you guys got a month. Next. It wasn't really that much.
Actually, sorry, Juan, real quick, because I just need to take a few comments, because sometimes it can miss. So let me just take a few comments real quick. So I want just to comment on this real quick. So German public school and academy, slavery was never a topic. I can list up stupid dinosaurs and weapons of medieval times, but slavery, learned about it from friends in the years when I was 23. I learned about slavery. The first time I learned about slavery was through Roots. I never learned about slavery in school. I do not have, maybe the fact that I don't distinctively remember when I learned about slavery in school, but I remember talking about the World War II, World War I, all the kings and queens, just shows you the first time I knew about slavery was from Roots. And my introduction and my learning of slavery was through films and speaking to people. From your side, thank you for the super chat. They taught slavery in school to make it seem like racism did not even exist today. That racism was part of history, but not the present. Justice for Floyd. Yeah, no, look, it is. I mean, we can talk so much about slavery. Because it's 400 years. It is 400 years. That is a long time. And I don't know how deep you want to go. I don't want to talk about this whole thing of Holocaust and Jews and slavery and all that kind of things. Because we can go many different ways. But before I go back to Juan, it's interesting just what you said, Corey, with regards to I think it was you, Juan, that Malcolm X was too radical. Was Malcolm X as radical as Hitler? I know Hitler's family. I know what Hitler does for breakfast. I know what Hitler has for dinner. I know what's Hitler's activity. I know everything about Hitler. So why is it that we learn one speech about Martin Luther King? One speech. It was just one speech. We learn nothing about Malcolm X, but we learn everything about Hitler. Are you now saying that Malcolm X was more dangerous and more radical than Adolf Hitler?
Because a lot of people don't like to say this, but white Americans, especially white American men, have a secret fascination and admiration with Adolf Hitler. They don't like to admit it, but there's a reason why a lot of white Americans like to visit old Nazi German sites. They like to buy Nazi German war memorabilia. They like to go on history tours from Nazi Germany. There's a twisted fascination with Adolf Hitler that white people have that they don't have for Malcolm X, because Malcolm X represents a threat to them.
So can I add to that? Because I think it was my turn to go. The reason why I said he was too radical, because he was teaching. So he brought up the Nation of Islam was a break off. The nation is a break off of actually Islamic from the Middle East or in East Africa, wherever you want to claim it from. But so basically they were trying to teach ways that was different from colonialized. So they looked at Christianity and see white Jesus. So people didn't want to hear this rhetoric, right? If you was teaching unity, they didn't want to, because remember, the United States is a very capitalistic country. So if you're against the United States government, that's bad. So what he was teaching at that time is basic Black unity. Love that Black brother. Let's not be Christians. Let's become, it was basic ways. Let's not eat pork. Let's not do what the white man do. It was at that time, people didn't want to hear that. It was very scary, right? And Martin Luther King on the other side was saying, love thy brother, peace, walk together. And the other side of the civil rights movement was like, at any means necessary. People are scared of things like that. Look at it right now with the riots. Oh, let's be peace. Then some people say, let's not be peace. So I would say that it's not really radical to me, but to white America would be radical. So let me explain that.
Okay, so let me, I want to now take things over to a very interesting part. I want to talk about the pyramid and what I mean by the pyramid. I was actually thinking about this just before I was coming over here. I view the whole race thing as a pyramid or a ladder, but just do the whole thing as a pyramid. So at the very top, you have the white straight man. Then below that, you have the white straight woman. Then below that, you probably then have the lesbian woman, and then you then have the homosexual, the lesbian white woman, then the homosexual white woman. Then that's where things get interesting. Now that's where you now have the Asians, the Oriental, the Indians, the Pakistanis, you have the Latinos, you have the Hispanics, you have the Chinese, you have the Indians, and so forth. And then at the very bottom, you have the Blacks. What I found most interesting is some of the most racist people I've encountered have been the guys in the middle.
Yes, I can talk to.
So let me know. I'll swing it back to you. Let me just get off and then I'll swing it back to you. So because again, it's very funny because this is what I always say to people, because every time I say, let me just pick a perfect example. So this whole thing happened with George Floyd and everything. And I was outside saying, man, this is crazy. Police cops are racist and everything. Then this Indian dude says, man, why do you always have to make it about you, man? Racism doesn't only happen to Black people and everything, blah, blah. I say, yo, dude, you live in India. Okay, you live in India. You've not even yet come to a country where you're a minority. That's the first thing. Second thing, dude, is whenever issues happen with black people, I don't see Indians come in support in their droves. I don't see
Exactly.
Asians come to support in their droves. But when it happens to black people, oh, you want us to now be like, hey, Asians, blah blah blah. No, this is like I always say to guys, I'm not Mandela. I'm not Martin Luther King Jr. I'm just HH. So I'm just a dude. So and this is just the reality because we don't live in a perfect world. We don't live in a utopia. And this is now where we're not going into real talk right now. See, if we lived in a nice, lovely world, let's all come together. Let's be one, and it's all about all of us. But the reality, see, I deal with reality. The reality is, unfortunately, we have these lines, we have these sections, and we have drawn up these different lines and so forth. And Jews look for their own. Asians look for their own. And things look at their own. And thinking to the Asians, the Hispanics, all these other dudes, all these guys in the middle, the Mediterraneans, all these guys in the dude, they don't want to be down in the pyramid. They don't want to be those blacks, because the blacks are the worst. What can we do to acquiesce ourselves to the whites? We can say as much as we hate being white, no, but we want to, everybody wants to be at the top.
I can go ahead and answer that. I'm just going to talk about here in California. It's supposed to be the most liberal. We have the LGBTQ community. We have the women's rights community. And you brought up a good point about a pyramid. You have a lot of white women talking about how they make 60 cents less than a white man. And you have a lot of gay white men complaining about their issues. They want black people to be the part of their issues. But when this issue is going on right now, where are they at? They're quiet than a motherfucker. They don't want to deal with that. So black people need to understand that. They need to understand that when an issue happens to black people, it's synopsis with like, if you're gay, if you're trans, if you're a woman, but they're not dealing with that. So these issues are popular, like I would say the actual feminist movement, because it affects white women. When you talk about gays, it affects white people. So that when something is dealing with black, they don't want to talk about that. And let's go with other immigrants. I think new racism actually coming from immigrants. I'm going to strictly say it. Chinese Americans. You do not want to deal with black people at all. They changed their name to Bob, Billy, Sebastian, and only want to marry white people. I've been told this by Chinese Americans that my parents told me not to marry a black person. If you're going to marry outside your race, marry a white person. This is the truth. But when
sorry, just for a quick, and I'll let you go because before I forget. Chinese people, and this is from experience, some of the most racism I had were from Chinese people. And I think with Chinese people, especially with Asians, is they want to be white. Most go have an experiment. After this thing is done, just have a fun experiment. Next time when we can now go through, just remember this conversation. When you can move around, look at a couple with an Asian person, either Japanese or Chinese. 9 times out of 10, that guy is white because they're obsessed and they want to be white. Because Chinese people, they see black as unclean and dirty. They see white as pure. And hence why Chinese people and so forth, they have surgery to change their eyes and to change their legs so they can be taller and their eyes can be much more like Caucasians. But boom, there you go, Juan.
Yeah, basically, I work with a lot of Chinese Americans, and I tell people a lot of times I hear a lot of racist stuff, not even from white Americans, coming from immigrants, because like you just said, I'm telling you, man, what they see back home is Tom Cruise, white guy, blonde hair, blue eyes. It's just white supremacy that issues, and I'm gonna take it to another level. I think a lot of African Americans say, well, you know, everybody's not bad. That's not an issue. They get a college degree and 1 or 2 get out and say, oh, they say that I'm a little extreme. It's not that extreme. You have to look at it. I live in supposed to be one of the most liberal places in the U.S. and I still see microaggressions. It's very microaggressions. For example, I'm a feminist and I'm liberal, but I know if I make you mad, I'm gonna threaten to call the police on you because I know the intent what can happen to you. But I'm not racist. No, you are racist because you know calling the police can get me in trouble. See, this. I would say, like I said, microaggression. It's not cool to be racist no more, but I'm gonna be under the table. I'm gonna do things that is not visible, but these little microaggressions. Or, for example, I make little comments. Well, usually black people don't go to school. Usually black people just have this negative mindset. And Asians carry this as well. And you made a good point. Every time you see an Asian woman, she's with a white guy because it's the white supremacy dominance. It's not about black people hate white people. It's about you have to be at the top, like you said. And who has the top is white American males. And who else want to be at the top right now? Are white females. White females, to me, I always say this. They was in on the heist, but they ain't like they cut. What I mean that they want the same equality as white men. They don't give a fuck who's on the bottom. So you hear all these white women screaming about, equality. They don't give a fuck about that, man. Excuse my language, but
no. Speak freely, man.
I agree with that.
Speak freely.
I mean, no one's trying to hear that. And you have a lot of brothers, I'm gonna say it, that simp for white women. That's all they do is date white women. A lot of African American brothers that say they don't date black women. And like to talk about racism, but don't even date black women and sit there and insult black women like, the women in my life. Or I gotta say, I know I ain't trying to call you out, Corey, but I'm just saying. But I know that go to Europe.
You only date
white women.
You out.
We talking about black pride. Come on, get the fuck out of here, man. How do black pride on date?
It's true. It's facts, man. It's facts.
Because you see, Juan, this is the key thing. People have called me crazy for this. People have called me crazy for I love this. People have called me crazy for this. And I'll say it. If you're a black guy and you're talking about racial, let's come together. I love black women and everything's come together. And your wife is white or you're dating a white person, I don't believe what you're saying. I can't listen to you. It's hypocritical. You can't be a black guy making these statements about I'm pro-black, let's go black, and you're married to a white woman. It makes no sense. That makes no sense. But you see, we've not even gone to the whole psychological thing because sorry, I've got a list here. I've got a list because self-hate is another one on the list. So there's a huge list. But go, Juan, top off. Wait, Juan. Are you there? Juan.
Yeah, I'm here. Internet.
Okay, yeah, so I'm sorry. Finish up.
Basically, I was saying, and let me say this. I think everybody should date everybody because if we're going to an equal world, I say if you're going to date outside your race, just don't be a sellout. Don't be a coon. You know what I'm saying? Don't say, well, if black people do this, I'm gonna block your ass. If you say, well, black people with black or black hair, I'm gonna block your ass again too. I ain't trying to hear that stupid shit. Because I've been reading a lot of these right-wing brothers saying, hey, I made it, or I'm gonna call it out, man. My dad was in the military for 20 years. A lot of these niggas go to the military and actually, because the military does not teach critical thinking. It teaches you that you're in a controlled environment, and if you submit to a white person, you would be all right and make it. Okay, they go to Europe, they get a white wife, and they end up staying in Europe. Oh, I don't see none of the problems. They just totally alienate themselves. What happens back in the U.S. And this is.
I want to step in on this because.
Oh yeah, go for it, Sam. Go for it.
Military standpoint, you're partially right. Depends on what. And here's why I'll bring that up, because there are people that fit that type. I mean, we see quite a few of them. I see quite a few of them because I'm in Germany, but in the States, and even some that just like pass through Europe or pass through Asia, because we have like military bases pretty much everywhere in the world. You do have those people that they do keep their integrity, they do keep their blackness intact, and some of these people are very high ranking as well. I mean, it's just and that's why I talk about complexes, because there's different types of complexes. Like you remember W.B. Du Bois? Like there's the black elite. I forgot the term that's used. Juan, do you know what it is? What the term is? I think it's
bourgeois class. Bourgeois class.
Bourgeois class. There was a specific term for it back in the early 1900s.
They were usually mostly like mulatto and mixed racial mixed black African Americans. The elite African American class were almost exclusively mulatto people during that time.
I think some of them were full-blooded black though, because there's some historically black areas. But getting back on the topic though, I mean, a lot of these people they're really trying. Their whole thing is to establish. They may not be at the top. They may not be, but what they're trying to do is establish some form of legacy, some type of And when I mean legacy, a legacy and some roots for Black people in America. Because, and that's one thing I really, why I say I feel American, because the thing about it is that even though this country is racist, the whole thing about it though is that it's a work in progress. This is a young country. There's still a lot of progress to grow. Even if it's not me that's not making those steps to make improvements on this country, then it'll be my kids or my grandchildren or so on. Making sure that I teach them, making sure that they have a strong Black father there to teach them what it is to have a legacy, and then to go on and then teach their children and then teach their children. So that way that there's that for the next, maybe not for me, but for the next generations, that they make America more like America for Black people.
Okay, so let me take it to another section, because again, I've got different kinds of elements that we want to go to. I want to now go into self-hate. Self-hate. You see, racism, and see, I got this from Ava DuVernay, again, like amazing director who directed The Amazing When They See Us. So just looking just through her Instagram and everything, and she posted something really, really good. So she said that no, racism isn't just a white guy calling you a nigger, or someone just calling you a black bastard or something. That's just, those are just those words. That's like micro level stuff. She's talking about the macro level stuff. So, racism is a system, and it is a psychological system of submission. Let me give you an example. So this is nursery school. I remember this so vividly. This is nursery school. I am 4 or 5 years old in nursery school, so I am a child. I'm a child. It's so crazy how you remember certain things from when you're so young. I remember we were in the playground, and I think they rang the bell and everyone went in. And I remember looking at my hands. So obviously you can see my hands, they're a bit lighter than, so normally when you see with the hands, they're a bit lighter than over. I remember looking at my hands and saying to myself, my hands actually look a bit lighter. So that must mean that, I am maybe, I'm closer to whiteness. I'm closer to the whiteness that I see in all the films that I look at. Because in all the films that I look at, the white guys are heroes. They're cool. Basically, He-Man, Luke Skywalker, Indiana Jones, they're all whites. There are no black heroes around. So the white guys are the good guys. The black guys are just the maids like in Gone with the Wind. So I remember looking at my hands and I said, oh man, so me being white, so that must me being better. I remember a song that my mom used to teach us. I don't know. I should maybe remind her about this. Again, this was a song, and she used to say, I can remember all the different colors, but the key thing was when it said that white, the angel's white, black, the devil's black. And I used to be singing this song hey, white, the angel's white, black, the devil's black. And I was singing that song all the way, not knowing, wait, did how messed up that song is? Again, it's psychological. Another one, Michael Jackson. I think we already spoke about this before. Michael Jackson he tried to be white. So I don't know whether you guys got the memo. He tried to be white. We all had the same reaction when we saw the cover for Bad. Now, this obviously went to the psychological trauma he was dealing with. His dad mocking him for his lips, what he looked like. Look at how wide your nose is, look at your lips, and so forth. And in Michael Jackson's views, that I can, and this is his words. He said, I always try to achieve perfection. So in his mind, perfection is looking white and having a narrow nose. Look at Janet Jackson. Her nose is narrow. Look at LaToya Jackson. Her nose is narrow. So these are people who are dealing with psychological trauma, where you've been beaten to submission that says that's wide nose and those big lips are ugly. Beauty is a pointy nose that's thin and thin lips. That is the thing of beauty that was put onto people. That's the big natural ass that the black women have. That's ugly. What is actually thing of beauty is being stick thin, like a model. But we now see people like a Kim Kardashian, and many people now have fake asses right now. Interesting. Again, this happened to me in school. They would demonize black people because you have a big dick. And white people in school used to sort of demonize black people And because so this is the joke that they had in school, like, oh, are you gonna trip over your third leg? Trying to basically mock the fact that you have like a big dick because of the fear of the white woman being sexually attracted to those guys with a bigger anatomy. So these are all of so racism is a system of psychological submission, of getting the black person to hate themselves and to have self-hate and not like themselves. And we could even get to colorism. So I'll swing over to Sam now. Have you ever dealt with that issue of self-hate?
I think we all do. In terms of self-hate, I think when we talk about media, I think the self-hate was targeted like people think that it's only limited to the US, but this is worldwide. This is like with Brit. I think it started with the British Empire. British Empire basically pushing their ideals and their methods of beauty. I mean, prior to that, maybe, but definitely the rise of the British Empire really brought that, because it wasn't just for black people. This affected Asians. I mean, it affected West and East Asians, affected indigenous peoples throughout the world. I mean, you're talking your Aborigines and your natives that were your Aborigines and your natives.
That's been completely, totally massacred by criminals unwanted in England who were shipped over, but that's a different story for him.
Yeah. And I mean, like, there's a poem. It's a poem from Rudyard Kipling, "Racist Fucking Asshole." I mean, if anybody watches The Jungle, I would boycott The Jungle Book. After I read this thing, the Rudyard Kipling, he has a poem called "The White Man's Burden," and one of the big quotes in it is that he talks about his adventures in India. This poem refers to his adventures in India. Then he talks about a mixed kid who's half West Indian and half American. I mean, and half British. And the term that they referred to this was half devil, half child. I would probably, I don't know what year that was. It was probably in the 1400s, but it was just a very vivid idea of how the British Empire and how like that was really the big start of that. Just like, oh, we're white and we're better than you. And then from there, it went into things like that. And then you evolve into the United States. The U.S. came up with some really heinous stuff, pretty much during slavery, talking about basically comparing us to livestock, basically saying that we're livestock, saying that our IQ is very low, pretty much putting us on display. I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but I've seen pictures and even cartoon and political cartoons where they show like the NFL draft. Because the NFL draft, if you know anything about the NFL, it's 67% black. Most of the players are black. And they compare the drafts, because there was like a picture of like one guy he had his shirt off during the draft, and they were comparing that to like to when they actually had the sales of slaves, because and the picture shockingly looked the same, because all the administration, all the people, all the coaches from the teams surrounding this player were white. It was just the same thing as slavery. It was just it just has that just resonance in your mind that you're just like, what the hell? Like, yeah, I don't know.
Okay. So what about you, Corey, with regards to self-hate?
Yeah, like Sam said, I think we all have experienced that, have felt that at one point in time. But as I got older, I can speak to myself. As I got older and I matured, I realized that being black and being part of it, being part of the African race is a privilege, man. I feel very privileged to be part of that, because to be honest, everybody in the fucking world copies black people. Everybody in the fucking world copies black culture. They like our music. They like our swag, they like the way we talk, like the way we walk, and so it wasn't until later on. I mean, that whole big
Corey, see, this is the line I always use. This is my favorite line. I say, everyone wants to be black. Nobody really wants to be black.
Hey man, I like that. I like that. And that's true. And I mean, so even though I grew up in a black bubble and I was instilled with a lot of black pride growing up, when I went off out into the world, I was alone, and and there were times and I was just questioning my blackness, like, man, it's a lot of a hassle to be black sometimes in white spaces. But nowadays, as I got older and I got more mature, man, I love walking into a room and being the only black person there, because I know I'm the most fly motherfucker in the room. And that's really how you got to really look at it, man. I mean, like, we are strong and resilient people, and we have no choice but to be that way. We can't be timid. We can't be shy. We can't be like, oh, well, I don't know if they like. Well, what if they don't like me? Fuck that, man. You have to be that way, because that's just the way the world is. And I'm sorry for my language. I apologize, but that's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about that. You can't, as a black person, you can't really let that stop you. As a black person living in a white space, you can't afford to let their opinions of you hinder how you feel about yourself.
Okay.
Real quick. I don't think I talked a lot about like being black and white spaces, because a lot of times I've been like black and white spaces, especially in the military, because even though the U.S. military is like 33%, is like 28% black, probably like one of the biggest representations of black people in the U.S. I was in the combat arms. I was an infantry guy. So like pretty much similar to, it's kind of has a similar culture to being a cop. So like in my group, I was one of the only black people that was ranger qualified. I went to ranger school. In my initial class, there was about 200 people in the class. Only 50 people graduated. I was one of the 50 people that graduated. Out of all the black people, there were 20 black people in my class. I was one of 3 that graduated. And there was one thing that was kind of depressing. There was a swim class. And out of that swim class, I think I was one of 5 people that passed the swim test. And that to me was really depressing. And I don't know, it kind of, and people made racist jokes about it, and saying stuff like black people can't swim, and saying stuff like they're genetically we can't swim because our body composition. And at that time I felt disappointed. So like I went online and actually looked at that, and it was really just, you see a mix of everything. But in all honesty, the truth is, it's just a matter of a lot of black Americans live in areas where they don't have access to a pool or really learn how to swim. It's just, they don't get the chance to. So I was lucky in that.
So Juan.
Oh yeah. Me about it. I mean, I think every black person that live in a colonialized country has experienced that. Not even just African Americans. If you're Mexican American, if you're brown, I mean, everyone wants to chase the top of being whiter. You date like to improve the race. If you think about it, if you read, I think it's this thing called Willie Lynch law. Actually, they used to sleep. The one of the rules from the Caribbean, that they just say, sleep with the slave, make one lighter, make one darker, but they can compete with each other. Give the lighter one more privilege. This was like from the colonial times, and make a separate, and it still exists right now. We all feel this. If a black person lie and say they don't feel this subconscious self-hate, it's a lie, because we see it on TV, how they put us on TV. What was that one movie we see when they went to Somalia, and the one guy was saying, I'm the captain now. That's the fucking meme on TV.
Captain Phillips. I refuse to watch that film. I'm like, nah, I I'm cool. Like, really, I'm cool, please.
Exactly. I mean, I think, especially, I'm gonna speak about black people that's been colonialized in the Americas. I'm gonna speak about. I'm not gonna speak about. I can't speak towards people from the continent of Africa. We have this self-hate. We do it to each other. I'm a light-skinned brother. I'm lighter skinned, or I want me to. A red bone is a term we use for a person that's mixed with white and black in the U.S. Even in Latin culture, Latin black culture, lighter is better, right? If you watch the Latin TV, they don't put the black people on TV. Only time you know black people in Colombia when you see the soccer team. But when you watch all the shows, even same thing with Brazil. We watch all the shows, it's all white. Brazil has one of the largest African population outside of Africa. But the beauty standard is white. Why we straighten our hair for? You know what I mean? Why we straighten our hair? Why we things like that? I mean, this is all subconscious hate that we taught. We've seen and we've been taught. Oh, you have nappy. Can I use? I'm gonna use bad terms. They say you got nigga nappy hair. You got gorilla lips. You black as hell. Or they use these terms. You're African booty scratch. You're African black. Things like that. And that's even you got hate towards other people. That a lot of times when foreign black people come to the U.S. to look at African Americans and say, y'all niggas lazy, man. This is easy. It's a first world country. Like you said, you could do what you want. I'm from a third world country. But I'm going to defend African Americans at this point that when you've been psychologically beat down, if you think you can't make it out, I mean, some people do got out, but if you grew up with a mom that was on crack and you live in the housing projects and that's all you know, your environment means everything. Some people get out. I'm not saying you can't make it, but it's a cycle. Right. And think about the crack era when a lot of fathers got to jail because of the crack era. You just see that black people on drugs. I mean, it's just so you have this. Damn, am I really like that? You even, I mean, if any black person in America tell you they don't question themselves, they fucking lie. Because this is a part of our history. This not even in the U.S. I'm saying the Americas. I'm talking about South America, Caribbean, and North America. So we do have this, like I said, it's sad, man. It's self-hate, man. And I think a lot of times, like I said, a lot of people that comes from, especially from African nations, saying that why do I remember this guy from Nigeria asked me, the taxi driver, he said, why do African Americans hate us for? I said, we was told to hate black. We was told black is bad. In Africa, they run around with spears and chasing tigers and shit like that. I mean, this is real, man.
No. I mean, no, because see, that's even a separate topic that I won't know, because that's such a larger topic of African African that I don't, because again, see, let me just put it very simply here. Is because I find it very fascinating, because I remember. So there's this really good show. It's called The Grapevine. Great show, amazing show, where they just talk about sort of black issues and everything. So one of the topics they had was African versus African American. And I remember what this lady said. This lady said that, no, I'm African American. I don't have any connections to Africa. I don't know anything about Africa and everything. All I know is Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is my thing. And the sickness and the illness and the unfortunate disease that African Americans are dealing with is the fact that you can only trace your history to slavery. That is an embarrassing psychological reason that, whether you like it or not, because I think I saw Mo say that, I have no self-hate or anything. You probably don't have it consciously. Subliminally, it's in you. If you're African American, because that whole thing of your descendants from slaves, it's a thing of, you're lower. It's like the whole thing of, like, if you're really famous as a black guy, like a cop or like a high guy will always remind you that you're a nigger. Like I say this now. Do you think Warren Buffett or Gucci view Kanye West or Jay-Z as an equal? Oh, because you have money now. No, you're a nigger with money, but you're still a nigger. You're still a nigger. There's no way you are equal to me because you're a billionaire. They will always remind them of that. I want to take you someplace else now. I want to talk about white friends and whites that and your experiences with white people. So I'll kick things off. Maybe we'll go backwards now from Juan, Corey, and Sam. So let me start things off. So I have 2 white friends, like two close white friends that I've known since I was like, another guy, we sort of go on and off, but 2 white guys who I can ring them and we're like, yeah, it's cool, because I've known this guy since I was 14. One of them, basically, they're both cool. These guys, they're both cool with regards to race. They're all both cool. You see, one of them, I don't know whether I can have a racial conversation about race with him, which is cool. It is what it is, guys. He's a white guy who's really cool, but he's white. He's white. Then there's another white guy who It's funny where some people used to call him black in school because he was so obsessed with black culture. Now he wasn't like a culture vulture, but he was just very into whether it was rap, my ties, all that kind of stuff. So, but look, we got it off because we were both into film and we're both into acting, and we both made films together. So film was the thing that we're into, not because he really likes black. So we're into film. So because what people have always said is that to destroy, because this is like a white man's world, white supremacy and so forth, to destroy the system of racism, it has to take white people. So it has to destroy itself from within, So my question to you guys is really mainly your experiences with white people and what kind of conversations do you have with white people? Because again, let me add this. Even when sometimes, when something racist happens, me and my wife will talk about it. But the way I talk about racism or a racist incident with my white friends is very different from when I talk about it with my black friends. Because when it happens with my white friends, I can see that they understand and they want to understand, but I just know that they just don't get it. And I'm like, I'm cool with it because it is what it is, because you've not really experienced it. So, but what I like about it is that and you're aware and you're still on the right side and it's cool. So, but with my black friends, it's like, man, so like there's just this whole offhanded thing of like, look, guy, man, this guy's bad. So there's a different thing. So let me confess to Juan. So these are two questions then. Do you have any white friends? And with those white friends you have, do you have conversations about racism with them, and how do those conversations go?
I live in California, so I work at a tech company, so I'm the only black person there. So it's like 90% white. So yeah, I have colleagues that are white. What do you mean by friends? Like I hang out with and go drinks with, or just work? What do you?
No, as in friends. Friends, as in friends.
I gotta think about one back in Florida. I mean, white American. I mean, probably one or two, not that many. I do talk to a lot of white people at work, but when I come home and my friends at home they're either Latino or African American or just black. I mean, that's it. I would say I think you are right. If we give an example of my job, right? You could tell when you talk to them, they step through muddy water. You can see they tiptoe into the conversation. They don't really know. I mean, I can't expect them to know. I mean, I'm gonna bring up one guy that I work with. He lived in an all-white community, super educated, went to Stanford. He thinks logically about it, but some things he just doesn't know because he doesn't. He haven't lived in that situation. So I don't expect him to know. So sometimes I feel. A lot of black people want these white people to know. They don't know. They're so far removed from it. It's not in their lives. They don't know if you live in that area. So they don't really know. I would say, man, I try to stay away from these conversations with white people. Can I keep it real? I really don't like talking. I really don't have that much on this topic, man. I don't like talking to them because they start saying stupid shit like all life matters and shit like that. I ain't trying to hear that. I mean, because go talk to your fucking uncle. Go talk to your fucking brother. That's possibly racist. I mean, talking to me about it. I feel doesn't do anything.
Okay, sorry. Before I go to Cora, I mean, this is great. This is great. So this is from Joe Baker. Said whites just don't talk about race that much. It's hardly often a relevant topic for us. That's interesting.
Of course. It doesn't fucking affect you.
No.
Exactly.
I mean, see, the beauty about that is that I'm not saying that, oh my gosh, see, let me just say this right now before I go to Corey. See, what I won't do is start beating up on white people. Oh my gosh, I'm this because, see, I'm not a black militant. Okay? Because there are some black militants out there who are like, man, black. Every white person is a devil, all white person is evil. I'm not that. I love having a conversation. I love having a conversation, and I love having imperfect conversations where wrong things are said, misthings are said. Because okay, all right, let's just have it open. I hate people having to step on eggshells. Because if you're racist, please let me see that you're racist, so we can just have it all out, which is great. So I just think the more we just get honesty from white people and everything, the better it's gonna be. Because I tell you, do you know what's worse? Let me tell you what's worse. Go to Corey is a closet racist. A guy who's openly racist is like, okay, This is who you are. So let's now see why are you racist. Why do you say this thing? The worst thing is the guy who smiles in your face, calls you a nigger and a monkey behind your back, but then comes back and then smiles in your face. Those are the worst people. Corey.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Those are the worst type of people. And where I'm from in America, that we have that passive aggressive type of not in your face racism in the northern part where I'm from. And just a little example. When I was my mother's husband told me that when he started working at his job, the white people would always mispronounce his name Dan. Hey Dan, what's up Dan? Hey, how's it going Dan? Have you guys see Dan? And my father-in-law was like, hey, my name is not Dan. Like, oh, sorry, I didn't know that. Later on, somebody told him Dan stands for dumbass nigger, and they were insulting him in his face, to his face. So that's the kind of shit that I'm talking. That's the kind of shit that we deal with out there. But most of my conversations, I would say, most of my conversations with white people or with white women that I have relationships with. It's been a long time since I've had a long, deep conversation with a white guy, whether it be American guy or European guy or whatever, So I'm like Juan on that one. I don't really, I don't really have a whole lot of. I have one white American friend. We've been friends since grade school. We talk sometimes. I would say he's a very woke white guy. He's very liberal, but even still, there are some things that he just doesn't understand. And when we get into these deep topics and everything, I just have to kind of back off because he will never understand, and nowadays, a lot of white people, they're getting really bold in their assertion, saying that, well, I know about racism. I have the right to have an opinion. Just because I'm white, it doesn't mean I can't have an opinion. They're telling me about racism. And I'm like, what the fuck do you know about racism, white guy who lives in Germany and never left Germany? What do you know about being a black person? How can you call out what's racist and what's not? So a lot of the times when I am around white people, white men especially, it's like Juan is people that I work with, and I avoid certain conversation. There are some cool white guys that I've met, and they're few and far in between, but the ones that are cool, we're still friends to this day. The one guy that is cool, the one white American that I know, I have a couple of European white American or European guy friends that I talk to about stuff, but yeah, it's just I have a much more deeper relationship, I would say, with people of color, with black people especially, because there's just unspoken things. I don't have to explain colonialism to them. I don't have to explain racism to them. I don't have to explain, why if I get passed up for a position at work, I might be thinking, oh, well, I might be racist. I don't have to explain why I think it might be racism to them, because it's just certain things that we just know as black men that we don't have to explain to each other,
Okay. Actually, sorry, before I go to Sam, let me just take this switch out from Sammy. So that racism is larger elsewhere than the US. Obama is no help. Obama is a very interesting thing. Obama is a great topic, and I want you three guys to talk about Obama separately. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna put Obama as a separate topic, but specifically with the whole thing, it's hard to compare because for me, as I said, guys, I don't know whether you guys know. Don't go to Eastern Europe by yourself, or else you might just get lynched. So Eastern Europe in and of itself is a flipping hot zone. So it is hard to see, for me, it is hard to quantify racism, but I think that the thing about America is it has a very unique history. You see, in an Eastern Europe or in some remote place, it's like we don't know these black people. All we know was how we see them in media. So our racism is just to have on a very stereotypical, unknown view towards them. The difference in America is the history of slavery and the particular type of slavery and how inexorably linked whites and blacks have been. The whole, colored this, non-colored. So Sammy, if you look at the history of America, it's not worse or better. It's a particular type of racism based on that history of slavery and segregation and Jim Crow laws. But Obama is an interesting thing. I want to save that for another one. So, Sam.
Okay, as far as friends,
yeah, white friends.
One thing I'm just gonna straight up say is that I'm completely different from the guys below me. I don't talk about race all the fucking time because if I do, I'd fucking kill myself. Let's be straight up honest about that shit. It would be really fucked up if I talked about everything fucked up with race. Because I mean, because some of the stuff would just make you mad. It would stress you out. I mean, I talk with Corey about that because Corey's my buddy. He's my buddy here. I can talk to him about anything. But most of my closest friends have always not been black. Like my best friend for like since I was 6 years old was Chinese, and we always talked about all types of shit. Now the thing about it too is that now as far as my interactions with in white spaces, like I would say pretty much from college on, I was in pretty much mostly white spaces. I mean, college was a little diverse, but like the military, like the part of the military I was in, like I said, it's kind of like being in a police office, like being a black police officer, because because everybody else around you is white. So you do make them but the difference though is that you learn about people though, and you learn about their walks of life, and you learn about them. Like I'll give you another thing too. I'll even go a bit further. I was battle buddies in basic training with a neo-Nazi. A fucking neo-Nazi. Yes.
I couldn't talk to that guy, bro. I'm sorry. Yeah.
The thing about it was that this guy was supposedly reformed. We don't fucking know, but either way, I was talking with him, and I learned quite a bit about this guy. I mean, he wasn't a bad dude, but like the thing about it though is that some of the stuff that he was talking about with his family was just like really just like eye-opening, because it showed me a different perspective of what was going on. He got out like 2 years ago. We kept in touch for a while, and then like he just disappeared. But then again, like but as far as friends, like people that I have that are really close to me, I mean, pretty much I don't have many friends because I don't like people. I don't like people.
So how many? So do you have any white friends? Not coworkers, as in friends. Any white friends?
I would say one. I'd say one, and he's German. I've known him since I first came to Germany in 2012, and I talked to him like almost about everything. He doesn't have a good perspective in terms of things such as like, I mean, race, because I mean that's not really a thing that affects him. You could tell he tries to attempt to understand things, but it's that most of the other white people that I know that are friends are kind of in that capacity. I mean, I hang out with people, like I've got car friends because I'm big in the cars. My YouTube channel, which I barely put videos on, like a lot of my old videos were about cars. And yeah, and the thing about those guys, some of those guys I hung out with a lot. When I was back in, I lived in Nashville for about like 4 years.
Nashville.
I had a lot of really close Nashville, Tennessee, and I had a lot of really close white friends. I mean, we didn't talk about race. It wasn't really our thing, but these were guys that I would hang out with. We would drive out to the clubs. We would go to bars and stuff. We'd hang out. We'd have a good time. But I think for me, the thing that's always been good is just keeping it casual, keeping it regular. Like now if it's something like some of the issues that Corey was talking about, if it's something like, oh, I got passed over for a promotion, or I lost my job or something like that, that's where I have my inner circle. And my inner circle was usually black.
And if I can just interrupt, like I have a business partner that I'm talking to. He's a white guy, and we're discussing some kind of business arrangement. And as in America, as an African American, you get points, for being African American, starting a business, getting a loan, all that kind of stuff. And he was saying, oh man, I would really, oh no, he said something like that's so unfair that you guys get to get all that shit and we don't. That's bullshit. I wish you guys, or we work just as hard as you guys. Anyway, about this business relationship we're gonna have. What's up, man? What are we gonna? I mean, at that point, I don't even want to fucking do business with you anymore. because I know you feel that way. And a lot of white guys that I work with and be around, they're very nice to you. You can hang out, we can chase pussy, we can go look, we can all do all this stuff. But the moment, but there are certain weird little idiosyncrasies or beliefs that they have that shows up in the strangest moments, and you're just like, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. And that's just how, I mean, like I'm too old to be around people like that. I don't want to be around people like that anymore. You know, I don't have to. I feel like I don't have to.
I have a compelling. I'm looking at a comment that's here on the live chat. That's actually pretty interesting. But it's saying, why should race be a deciding or limiting factor for looking for friendships or relationships? And I do now. So, and one thing I want to say about that, and this is why I was going into some of the stuff I was talking about, is that I don't talk about race all the time. Race, like, it just makes things really stressful. I mean, like, I want to hang out with my friends to have a good time. I'm not looking to, especially if it's like if it's like casual friends. Yeah, if it's about serious stuff, you have to have another channel for that. You have to have like friends who, that's where usually you have your best friend. Your best friend, now I would say that person would be the person I would preferably say that person should be someone who understands your pain, understands your struggles. Same thing with your life partner, with your wife, girlfriend, whatever. And then you have your family, and your family you can talk to about more stuff than what you would talk with your good friends, because you talk with them about stuff that you don't want to talk to your friends about. I mean, really personal stuff even like regarding your health, because there's some times where you don't want to share things about your health with your friends.
Sure, let me just hit this real quick. See, the solution is gonna be the last part of this whole thing. That's gonna be like the because there's so many things we want to get to, but the solution will be like the final thing. But I wanna just very briefly, reparations. So where do you guys stand specifically, those guys in America, with regards to reparations? Is it something that you still think will happen? Because you deserve African Americans deserve reparations. Do you think it's something that will happen, or it's just a pipe dream?
I think it's a pipe dream. If I could just jump in, I think it's a pipe dream because anytime an American politician talks about it, it's usually like, well, that was so long ago. Nobody alive today is responsible for slavery. And then second of all, even if we do approve reparations, who do we give it to? Do we give it to Black people? Do we give it to biracial people? Do we give it to new immigrants from Africa? Do we give it, so it's a really complex issue of who to give it to, what to give it to. I think specifically businesses, universities that directly benefited from the slave trade should offer free education. Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Stanford, all these motherfucking universities that benefited from the slave trade should offer free education to descendants of slaves, and businesses should offer some kind of pay. I think money is not the answer, is what I'm trying to say. I think education is the answer. The descendants of slaves should, in my opinion, should not have to pay for education anywhere, especially institutions that benefited from slavery. Now you're talking about white people, and I mean, white people are not and do not need to be given money out of their pocket for some shit that happened 400 years ago. That's my opinion. That's ridiculous. Plus, a lot of white people today are have African blood in them. So I mean, how would you even dice that up?
Mm-hmm.
So that's my take. I'm gonna keep it short. That's my take on reparations. That
comment that just flashed on the screen, if there was a case for reparations, that's exactly how it should be applied. It shouldn't be applied to individuals or people, because the thing about it is that it goes into the whole thing. You can give a person a fish and they'll eat for a day. You teach a person how to fish.
They can for a lifetime, yeah.
For a lifetime. Basically, if it ever happened, which I highly doubt, it's a pipe dream, I would put it in infrastructure, mainly the education system. I think the education system would be the biggest place you'd invest in. Enrich that part, and also the thing with it is offering low interest home loans. Because one of the
good idea, Sam. That's a good idea.
But the biggest way to improve the black family and the black household and black wealth is through capital. And one of the biggest forms of capital is land. And if you have land that you can give to your children and your children's children and your children's children. And
you have to teach them to keep the land, because 100 years ago,
education is key. Education is that is the see, because again, like it's like, even with that was the key thing from when I was watching Boys in the Hood and everything. Obviously, they made the points and everything, but what just struck me my Boys in the Hood, because I always look at things on a bigger level rather than just on the face value, is education is the key thing. If these guys have access to just the education, they now have the awareness, they at least have somewhat of a chance. Yes, they've got to deal with the racism and we don't really want you in our school, but at least the fact that they can't even get access to that education, you're already like you're already fighting a losing battle. So the education is the key, but because without that access to the education, the control and the system is maintained. Juan, you wanted to go?
Yeah. Can I talk about Obama? Didn't get into that, or just
yeah. Okay. Okay. Actually, no. Let me jump off on that then, and then Juan, you can go. So Obama, great. So let me just quickly say something, and then I'll go to you, okay. Juan. So Obama, my thing is this. Now, obviously, you guys will know it a lot more than I do. But this is from an outsider's point of view. When I first saw Obama, I thought he was black. I was like, oh shit, they could have got a black dude. Then saw, like, his father, his mother. Oh, he's mixed race. Cool. Now we can do the whole mixed race black thing. I still say mixed race people are half black, half white. But people say, well, it's based on your experience. So mixed race people are treated like black, so they are black. Cool, fine. I'm like a biology technical merchant. But the thing with Obama is once he was made president, it was, hey, there's no racism. Stop complaining, black people. We now hired one of your own as a president. Don't complain about racism. So I look at the 8 years that Obama had, and I say that this is so crazy, because this goes to so many different places. So let me just, first off, is what did he achieve on a grand scale? How did he improve black communities? How did he improve the lives of black people? How did he improve the lives of people in the ghetto and so forth? That's the first part. The second part is this: what does a president really do? Because for me, what I've learned, watching stuff and reading stuff, is the elections that are really important are those local elections, because America is state by state, So those local elections are probably even more important than the presidential election. So when I say, as far as the president goes, what can a president really do? Is a president just a flipping puppet? But at the same time, I say this, I look at a Trump. From the moment this guy set his ass in our White House, this guy has been signing orders, this, that. He's literally completely turned everything all on his head. So again, this is from an outsider's point of view, because I know people in the live chat are going crazy right now with Obama this, Obama this. And so let me just read this. So it says that Malik Obama, his brother, is a big Trump fan. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, so Juan, Obama, hit me.
I'm gonna go from a very philosophical way about it. Okay, let's look at the president. Obama was a very highly educated guy. He grew up with his mom. His mom had a connection. She was a white woman. I'm not saying he don't understand the black experience, but how can he resonate in the ghettos? He didn't grow up that way. Number one, like I said, he grew up with a very high educated society. I'm not saying that he shouldn't help black people, but let me ask the people in the audience and ask everyone: do you think he would have became president speaking black rhetoric? Fuck no. Do you think he went up there saying, I'm gonna help black people and do all that? Do you think white people would have voted him in? That would have scared him. They scared them away. You can't have two. You only can have one. I mean, I think it was great for the black people to see that a black educated man can become at the highest power. So
it was symbolic then. You're trying to tell me.
And I think he couldn't really. I mean, if you look at it, he had the most filibusters done to him from the House in any president. Look it up. They contested majority of the laws. I mean, he when he was in power, he had so much pushback that he could barely push laws just because he was, let's be honest, he was black. So can I say he was going to go in the White House and, because I'm gonna switch into respiration. Can he go in and start doing respiration for black people? They were running him out the White House. There's no way that a black man could be president and sound like MLK or Malcolm X. That's just not possible. That is not reality in the U.S. The president is not a civil rights leader. So you can't ask Obama, and I'm not defending him. I'm just looking at it very partial. Like, you can't ask the president to say, "Hey, only just help black people." Then you're gonna have Asians say, "What about immigration?" Or Latino, what, about all these. He have so many issues. Like, I think it's upon us to fix the issue. We have a lot of celebrities, a lot, like you said, a lot of wealthy athletes that can help the system. Why it's got all on Obama? He did a good job. He didn't go up there and coon. He didn't talk bad about black people. He didn't say anything like that. He was a well-educated black man and made black people look good. So people like to rag him. I get it. He didn't pass laws. He passed a law for gay marriages and stuff like that. And people ragging on that. If you look at Louis Farrakhan, he roasts Obama all the time. But I just feel that.
Sorry, let me just bring this up, because for me, because this Obama thing is great. So say it's not symbolic when people vote for you. The fact he wasn't Malcolm X means nothing to me, because see, my thing here is that it is a president can't do everything, and see, I know this even from living in England. I know that those guys blocked everything, and they did everything in their power to try and block every single thing that he tried to push forward. So I think it is disingenuous for people to say he did nothing. He was useless, because he did try, but as you just said, he was blocked historically, So, I mean, so where do you stand on the whole Obama thing? Juan, before I go to Sam and Thingy, were you a fan? Were you not a fan? Did you vote for him in any of the two elections?
Sure did. I was in front of that line. I sure did. You damn right. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna say it. You damn right. I voted because he was black. I don't give a fuck black. You don't like it or not. You goddamn right. I did.
Wait, see, it's fine. Look, I would have done the same thing. See, this is when people say, "Oh no, don't talk about race." Guys, we live in the real world, not in flipping Candyland. If I was in America, I'd vote for him because he was black. Not and this is bad, because you should read their policies, look at their policies. How can they help you? Screw that. He's black. Let's vote for the dude. So yeah, Juan, back to you.
Yeah, like I said, I did vote for him because I thought he was. I liked the way he spoke. He was well spoken. He would represent black people in a way that, in a highly educated way, not in an athletic way, not in a singing way, but in a very intellectual way. I think that's the best positive thing he did. Now, did he help people with black people with loss? No, I do agree with that. But can I say he didn't do anything? No, he did something. People around the world love Obama. You're
going to very key points. Look at Trump. Perception is key. Something my brother told me. Forget about the little things, just the perception of America and how. Remember, this was Bush. Everyone thought. For Bush, people thought America was stupid. With Obama, my gosh, America is now respectable. Trump, the guy's running into flipping bunker now. So yeah, what?
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying, like, I think I cannot say he didn't do nothing. I can't. I'd be wrong if I said that. But did he help out black issues that like in the community, the jails, the violence? No, he didn't do that. And could he have? I don't know. I can't say. I'm not a president. I'm not a politician. I just think he did the best when he had the cards laid out for him. That's all I have to say about that.
All right, Sam.
Yeah. So in terms of Obama, I mean, pretty much it's just what Juan said. There's only so much the executive branch can do. I mean, he can put out an executive order. He could veto a law. He could probably push a bill, but the bill still has to go through the judicial. Has to go through the judicial, and basically has to go through House and the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
If it doesn't go through the House or the Supreme Court, he's basically fucked. It's not going to go out. But the good thing that he has with checks and balances is that if somebody wants to push out something during his time, he has the right to veto it. Now, if it's something like an immediate action, like let's say he was trying to kill Osama bin Laden, for example, he could put out an executive order basically to say, hey, we're going to send some guys over there and like kill this guy. And that's what he did. Now, as far as what he did for the black community, I'll just be honest, it was status quo. It didn't really seem like a lot of the things that were going on during his time really didn't benefit black people as a people. It benefited, I would say, some people would say, like what you would see on the surface, it looked like it benefited immigrants, even illegal immigrants, as well as as well as the LGBT community, because he was the president who basically allowed, and also another interesting fact too is that during his time, he introduced women in the combat roles, females in the combat roles in the military, which was one thing that I knew about very intricately, because I had to teach people how to like assimilate to that, because I was in all male units, and like, yeah, we had to basically get people used to that. Now, one thing about being a president or prime minister or whatever is that there's a ton of issues, there's a ton of people, and you have to appeal to everyone. You can't appeal to one group, because he's not a civil rights leader. He's not
yeah.
He's the president of the United States. He's the most powerful person in the world. He has the button. He has the button that can pretty much end the entire world. So he can't work on the issues of one single group, even if it's in his home country. He has to work on the issues of everyone.
All right, Corey.
Yeah. I agree with everything you guys said. In my opinion, the biggest thing Obama did for the Black community was gave the Black community hope. I mean, I know it sounds cliche, but I think for a lot of kids, there are kids that were born and all they know is Obama's president, and now this motherfucker Trump. But all they know is a Black president. I mean, it gave a lot of Black people, a lot of Black kids hope. A lot of people. I remember during the election night, people were crying and shit. Like, I was just like, it was crazy, man. And people were just like, I never thought in my life that I would see this. America must be changing. I mean, it must be there. We must be finally over that hump of racism. And I don't know, it gave a lot of people hope, man. But Obamacare was probably his greatest legacy. I would say, which is being dismantled right now. But before Obamacare, a lot of people were uninsured. My father was one of them. And now my father is on Obamacare. I try to get on Obamacare. That shit was too expensive for me for whatever reason, But for people, poor people or people with no job, is very cheap. He did. I would say he did more for the LGBT community than Black people. But like everybody said, he's not a civil rights leader. He's not president of Black America. He's president of America, right? So I'd say he's also the most disrespected president that we've seen. The things that he had to go through, getting fingers pointed in his face, being talked to any kind of way by governors, being filibustered, people getting on TV, calling his wife all kinds of ugly, monkey, this, all type of shit. And he took that in stride. And like Juan said, he made Black people look good. He made Kenyans look good, and that I would say that was his most important legacy more than anything else. The Black community has no leadership, or the African American community, I should say, has no leadership. Our leaders are athletes and rappers for whatever reason, and we listen to what the fuck they got to say about important issues when we really shouldn't. But
you see that. Oh gosh, like there's so many great topics in there, but rappers. Because just very quickly, because I'll let you finish, because this will forget my thoughts. So it was a really good speech he made. It was a really good speech, and what he was said is right. Now, maybe just me going crazy. Should I really be listening to a guy called Killer Mike, who has a shirt that says "Kill your masters"? That's all I'm saying. But please, Corey, finish.
Yeah. I listen to what Killer Mike has to say. I particularly like what Killer Mike has to say about keeping African American dollars in African American communities. He has a lot of good points, but he is a rapper. He didn't study this in school. He didn't go to university or anything like that. He learned from the School of Hard Knocks. And I really think that we shouldn't be listening. We shouldn't, when big events like this happen with George Floyd, I really don't care what T.I. has to say about it. I really don't care what Rihanna has to say about it. I'm sorry. I like their music. Or Ja Rule. I like their music. But, I really don't care what they have to say about it. I care what Obama has to say about this. So yeah, I mean, and I hope that Obama's not the first black president, or not the last black president. And I hope maybe one day we'll see a black prime minister in England. Who knows? I don't know.
No, of course, that's not happening. Sorry. I mean, like, just relax. That's never happening. That's never happening.
But we thought the same thing in America about a black president too. So we were saying that too.
No.
Yeah.
Juan, I can almost, if I had any cash, I can bet you with cash. England, because I don't think you know what England is. Remember, England doesn't have the American dream. A black prime minister in England? Impossible. It can't happen. It can't happen. No. Sorry. No. So it said, sorry, putting black first isn't equality, it's hypocrisy. So wait, have we been putting black first in this conversation? I thought we've been sort of pretty even. I don't know whether you guys want to jump in.
I'm gonna jump in on this because I looked at the comment and I looked at the timestamp on it. That was when we were talking about saying that we were when me and Juan jumped in and said we voted for Obama twice. That was I'm guessing that was the whole concept of that. But here's the thing: you said it before. We're in the real world. I mean, and the other thing too is that with Obama is that in both terms that Obama during Obama's election, he went up against John McCain and Mitt Romney. John McCain is a senile, old, out of touch. I mean, but God rest his soul because he passed away like a couple of years ago. But he was still a senile old man that was out of touch with pretty much everybody, with all, even like the conservatives. During that time, we were looking for fresh blood after W. Bush. So the second term, I mean, the conservatives didn't like him that much, but you had Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney was pretty much just your typical fucking typical like.
Yeah, look, rich, just a rich boy, yeah, rich boy.
Can I take this?
One thing I will say is that as a black person, I'm really scared about the next election because the choices we have are a old fucking man and another senile old fucking man who's a fucking psycho.
This dude can't remember what he said in the last 5 minutes. I mean, bro, like you guys, man, bro, like I don't know, man. What's it called? Real says, I think he's referring to Obama. He signed 6 executive orders for the LGBT, not blacks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He did a lot for the LGBT community. Yeah. I mean, I give him that. He did a lot for them.
Well, let's be honest. Like I said, I think I said this two questions ago. Like that community affects white people. Those communities have white people a part of it, right? This LGBT community, right? So of course, I mean, like I said, I don't agree with everything. I'm just saying that he knew he could pass these laws because it affect white people, right? I mean, of course. And back about putting black first. So let me ask you that. Let me give that person their €2 worth. Number one, if we live in a perfect society, I wouldn't have to think about that. We don't. I said when we voted Obama. Look, we have Trump right after. How the fuck did we go for Obama than Trump? So you damn right I'm gonna pick black. I'm unapologetically black. I'll pick a black person again. I don't give a damn nigga was Michael Jordan. I'm gonna vote him again.
Oh my god!
He said Michael Jordan.
Wow. But yeah, yo, like
wait. Okay, so you would still vote for Jordan even though this dude says Republicans buy shoes.
That was exaggerated. I wouldn't vote for no basketball player. I'm sorry. I'm being facetious.
Okay, let's say the scenario was Michael Jordan or like just some like some white dude, like a white dude who's been governor and so forth and everything. Who do you then vote for?
Let's say Michael Jordan and Trump. I'd probably pick Michael Jordan.
I think I probably would too.
If it was Michael Jordan and a seasoned veteran politician that did good things, I don't know. I might pick the white guy.
Me too. Me too. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So it's not.
It's a matter of experience in that case. But like, yeah, if it's somebody who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing versus someone who knows what the fuck they're doing, then yeah, I'm gonna pick the person who knows.
We have that down. I say, so how bad is picking? Trump was a TV show host, man. This guy went bankrupt how many times? So I'm being.
No, wait, we can't trust me. We're gonna get to Trump because that's the next thing. So, this is Joe Baker. He's English, white English. He says, "Pretty bad, but I can't imagine a black prime minister." Guys, this is from a white English dude. So,
I would ask why. Why can't he imagine that? Explain that to me. Explain that to me as an American.
No. So, Joe, please explain that to the crew, and then I'll put up your chat. So Joe, if you're still in the chat, explain to these guys why you don't feel, as a white Englishman, why there can never be a black prime minister. All right. So let me I think there's another super chat in here. From Martin Rosario. Please speak on these so-called influencers on social media fake caring about the movements just for likes and traction and laughably getting exposed. You see, there was, I mean, we could go so many places with this thing. I mean, where do we go? Okay, let me just go through, because this convo is very organic, so I'm just going to go everywhere. Carly Lloyd, she is a American football player. Well, you guys call soccer, it's called football. American football player. She tweeted out "All Lives Matter," and guys are like, "Excuse me, really?" And then she was attacked. She was like, "Oh no, I'm not racist." And then she then produced some kind of generic statement, but like, you know what? I care about all people and equality and blah blah and all that crap. You're now seeing Disney. Disney put out a statement saying that we care about the black people and so forth, blah, blah, blah. Well, then someone retweeted the Disney statements about how you stand with race, and they retweeted it with, well, Disney, you did sign off for a Chinese poster of Star Wars where John Boyega, we can talk about, was completely erased from the poster because Chinese people don't like black people. So you as a company erased a black guy from the poster to acquiesce to your Chinese market because of the money. So nah, and to top it off, the most creme de la creme is the NFL. The NFL. Wow, you literally had the audacity, the cheek, the gall to bring out a statement of you standing in solidarity when the dude. Now, you see, for me, I hate sharing like pictures that everyone shares because I don't like going on trends, that kind of thing. But what was interesting was the motion that Kaepernick had is the exact motion that racist piece of crap had on George Floyd. And you completely blacklisted him from the NFL when he was protesting for what is happening right now. And you have the cheek to make that statement. I mean, what do you guys think about the statements being made on social media by all these companies?
Now, here's what I'm going to say about that. Like, all these companies, all these elites, they're just doing that because they just want to, because they don't want to lose followers. It's all with them. It's even, and this even goes out. I'm gonna even be bold and fucking say this even goes out to some of those black basketball players. I mean, because some of them, they may even have a different idea. I mean, like look at guys like Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne is like, stop talking about racism and all this shit. Like, I mean, Lil Wayne, by the way, Lil Wayne, I think is a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. Anybody who likes him, he's a fucking idiot.
No, wait. No. Lil Wayne said there is no racism. That's he's never experienced racism, and that there is no racism. Now, this may be due because I think he told a story on Skip and Shannon about how a policeman saved his life and so forth. So he just said, and he's been on this whole thing of there's no racism. And Lil Wayne, you're a dude who you're living in a bubble. You're in a bubble and so forth. So, and it goes to the point, I think it was either Juan or Corey who made the point of like, why are rappers socialist leaders? They rap. Now, of course, they should have some sweetness, but why are we rushing to hear what Lil Wayne or Ja Rule is saying? What?
The other thing too is also like, because I'll even go a little bit further, and this is a little bit outside of race, but like the other thing that's going on this year, the coronavirus. Like where's that one thing where they had like all those fucking people singing some fucking Beatles song, trying to be like, we're all in this together, sitting in their fucking $1 million mansions with like, where you could just see the money just like lined across their fucking wall, and then basically act like shit and act like shit's gonna be okay and that we're gonna help you. How about you fucking donate $1 million to the fucking hospital? How about you how about you donate money to those people in Black Lives Matter? Like, you don't give a fuck. If you're just gonna fucking like just put some fucking song or share some fucking
No,
meme.
but that's
My
is that,
face.
I mean, but it's like, I mean, we can go so many places with this because again, it speaks to another point of why are we so obsessed with celebrity, and why, even for Black people, why do we hang on the thread of what rappers say? Why do we hold rappers in such high esteem? They're rappers. They rap.
It's because there are no more leaders left. At least in the African American community, there are no more leaders. I mean, it used to be Muhammad Ali. But after the civil rights movement, it was guys like Muhammad Ali, and then it was George Foreman and other athletes like that. But a lot of Black elite and people who make money, they kind of like lose their soul. They take their money, they move out of the neighborhood, they disconnect themselves from the neighborhood because in America, for some reason, moving to a white neighborhood means increasing status. If you got money, you move to a white neighborhood. If you put your kids in school with white people, that means that means you've made it. What you said about people disrespecting the Black community, I would say, what would happen to any other community that these corporations who accidentally release blackface pictures or these racially offensive things, what would happen if they do that to any other community? They would be blacklisted, banished, they would be punished. But for some reason they have no respect for the Black community, and they would just release that shit and they just apologize for it later and they say, oops, sorry, we didn't mean to do that. We have no leaders, actually, no clear leaders. And I'd say if you really want to put your money where your mouth is, white people on social media who say they want to help and say they want to help and they say they want to help, they need to be having a conversation with their husbands, their fathers, their cousins, their brothers who they know are racist. Everybody's got a racist person in their family that they know is racist. They need to be having a conversation with them and tell them, hey, calm down. It's out of control now. I don't want to hear how things should be because people, these journalists tell me all the time, oh, well, the world shouldn't be like this. Okay, but it is. So if you really want to help, and if you are a person of morality, then you need to be having a conversation with not only your European cousins and brothers and sisters, but your white cousins over across the Atlantic, which got that shit from Europe any fucking way. You need to be having a conversation with each other if y'all really want to help.
Juan.
I would say if you think about it, I think Young Thug and ASAP Rocky made comments about why they don't speak about Black issues and things like that. They were like, well, I don't live in the hood anymore or anything like that. I kind of feel like sometimes when celebrities of any minority celebrity get a certain status, they don't want to deal with that anymore. I left that behind. I live in the Hamptons. I live in these areas. I don't want to talk about that. Just like a lot of non-famous Black people do that. When they make money, I don't live that part of that life anymore. I don't live in the hood anymore. They kind of want to disconnect. And I'm not saying I understand, but it's rational, right? It's logical. Like, you don't want to deal with that anymore. I made money. I proved myself to these white people. I don't want to do that. I don't agree with it. I'm just saying, I'm trying to think of it in a very rational way. I'm not saying it's right. And we shouldn't. And I think why we do listen to hip hop sometimes. Remember, first hip hop started with the poor people and about conscious rap at first. It's not like that anymore. It's about niggas selling dope and slanging, trapping and all that shit. But it wasn't like that.
Clubs and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so it wasn't like that before. You did have a lot of rappers talk about political things and things that were going on.
Well, and also just on your point though. Now, I don't know whether you guys have seen this. You guys hear all you guys in the live chat. LL Cool J did like a freestyle, but not really a freestyle, but the kind of pre-written freestyle that he did, which was, you see, I know this is not a rap thing, but it's still sort of connected. Guys, man, Uncle L knows how to rap.
Yeah.
When Uncle L he got bars.
Do the whole kind of like, waxing his butt and everything. Uncle L knows how to rap. So don't sleep on Uncle L. Sorry, Juan, back to you.
It seemed like Trump know how to rap. He said, get the looting and the shooting. I mean, he said like he be rapping on Twitter too. That's a joke, but anyways.
He got bars too, bro. He got bars too, Trump.
Yeah, but yeah, what I was saying, so a lot of times you see, I think the guy, Martin Rosario, he said something about these social media people. I want to bring up that. It goes into my point. A lot of people just put on hashtags just to be cool, to get followers. It's a fact. Like now, everybody's all about Black Lives Matter. Man, I work with these white people. Ain't no one brought that shit up at my job. But now, everybody on my Instagram page is talking about they're blacking out their page, they're doing all that. It's like, yeah, but when were you there when your cousin said that? Or when were you there when your Asian buddies were making these comments about black? Like, hey, this is, don't do it because of a fad. I feel right. I kind of feel a little bit upset. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not that diplomatic about the situation. I don't give a fuck. You posted on social media. That doesn't do anything. What are you talking? You need to talk to your dad. You need to talk to your coworker. You need to talk to your friends that say it all the time, and you feel guilt.
No. But see, Juan, it's people. What people love is to feel good. It's like, what's the point in giving a beggar $1? No, get him a job.
Yeah, exactly.
But giving the beggar $1, hey, I've done something good. I can sleep well at night. Yeah, no, I give him $1. No. If you really want to help him, give him a job.
Yeah,
get him on a wage, get him on a salary.
Yeah. Exactly.
$1 is not going to help him. So the whole thing with a person puts on, look, I've done something, so my conscience is clear. I've done this whole blackout thing. I've done the whole hashtag thing. Leave me the heck alone, so I can go back to my singing or go back to my dance stuff. Leave me alone.
But let me give you the last point of it. Like, majority of rap music or R&B music being bought by white America. You don't want to lose your fan base. Think about it. I think it was Aretha Franklin never talked about black issues back in the civil rights days. What was the other woman that sung the jazz, but she went to French? What was her name? Oh, Nina Simone.
Nina Simone.
And she talked about a lot of political stuff. She hurt her career.
They went after her. They went after her, man.
Yes. So you got to understand that a lot of these are. I don't agree with it. I'm just talking about. I'm going to put it out there because he's the chat trying to ride me a little bit. But I mean, but I'm just saying that. I don't agree with it, but a lot of people think of the career. Like I know when I go to a concert, if you go to a hip hop concert, it's mostly white people there. You guys can agree with that. It's 70-80% white people that go to hip hop concert. So you don't want to offend your fan base. So only thing they do is, well, I don't know what to say. No, you don't want to say anything because you don't want to hurt your fan base and your money. That's the reality. And that's pretty much what I have to say about that.
So to say, next real black leader, education is a solution. Impossible to know, but what I will say though is, based on how big rap is and so forth, even if I don't like it and it shouldn't be, I mean, if you could argue now, I think it's maybe Kendrick because everyone's like, wait, what is Kendrick saying and so forth, blah blah. Even when they stormed the White House, everyone is sharing the whole "Pimp a Butterfly" album cover image and everything. So it's like, but you know what I always say, and this is, my brother made a very good point. Why do we need a leader? Inspiration is key. Why do you need a leader? Shouldn't you educate yourself? Why do you need someone to tell you, hey, go here, go here? It's like, for me, like, I'm about to read this whole Malcolm X book right now, which I haven't read because I've been saving it. And ever since I was young, Malcolm X was always inspirational to me because the things he said spoke to me a lot more than anyone else. Just the kind of where he was coming from a mental point of view. But I've always said that to you. I don't see myself as a leader. I'm not a follower. I'm not a follower. So that's the issue.
Okay, so the reason why you need a leader is that anything successful in history, whether it's a war, whether it's even a rebellion or an uprising or even a protest or something like the Boston Tea Party, which would be a good parallel to what's going on right now. The thing about it, what the fuck is this? Malcolm X was go fuck.
No. It's like but I think this guy is Indian, I believe. I'm Jared. I think this guy is Indian, I believe. No, but I just like putting this conversation just to let people know where people's minds are at. But
all right. Now, getting back to that, like, the thing about it is that, I mean, because if you don't have a leader, you have the shit that's going on right now. I mean, uncontrolled riot. I mean, yes, this sends a message, but then again, there's no actual direction. There's no actual end state. There's no end goal. I mean, it's one thing I learned about being a leader in the military, that like in order to accomplish something, you have task, conditions, and standards. You have a task. The task is what you're trying to do. The conditions are like everything you have to get that, and then you have the standard. The standard is the end point and what you want to do to accomplish that goal. The measures you want to do to accomplish the goal. So once you do that, I mean, you pretty much, and in any military plan or any plan, I would actually even compare this to what's going on to a military plan. you want to make sure that you have a direction and you have an end goal or an end state. It doesn't have to be super detailed. It just has to be something that gets to that, especially when you're controlling large people, like just figuring out where you want to get. Because like, I mean, think about Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King, he studied from, I mean, a lot of the stuff he studied from was from Mahatma Gandhi. Even though Mahatma Gandhi had a low impression of black people in Africa.
Earlier on,
But he still took the, that's another thing too. Like, people think that just because somebody's your enemy, that you can't learn from them. A lot of the best lessons you can learn are from your enemies. Look at like Americans a lot of our best stuff we learned from the Nazis. A lot of the rocket technology we have now.
You know, the people say a wise man learns from his enemy. A wise man learns from his biggest enemy. Trust, yeah, so true, so true.
Yeah, and the only way you can achieve your goals is if you learn, you adapt, you adjust, and you figure and you keep moving that measure. It may be like a small achievement here, then a bigger achievement after that, then a bigger achievement after that. But the biggest thing with that is you have to have a vision. And that's where the comes in. You have to have a vision.
Oh, no. You have to. I think that's again, because I want to even get. I'll get towards it, because with regards, I want to take it back to the whole police force and this whole movement thing of what is the thing, because that's key. But I want to touch on Trump. But that's a big thing. And this is what people have always said. And so I'm going to even start with the question, and I'll answer the question and I'll go around. Is Trump racist? For me, there is levels of racism amongst white people who are racist. There's the active racist who is actively trying to take apart people of his race, specifically black people, white supremacists, neo-Nazis. Then there are like the ignorant racists who they're not actively going out there saying nigga fucking blah blah blah, but they want it to be systemic. They want it to be subliminal, and they use psychological trickery to make you think they're friends. One of the best lines in rap, rest in peace, Prodigy, Mobb Deep from Hell on Earth. Rob land like white man, plans to overtake your whole shit while shaking your hand. That is the other kind of racism, of the guy who is smiling at you in your face, is friends with you, but really is trying to mess you up. He's trying to mess you up in a very subliminal, cunning way, just like the empires did and how they stole the land. Shaking your hand, I'm taking all your crap while I'm shaking your hand, and smiling in your face. And then there are just those who are just ignorance. You know, they're just ignorant because they just don't know. They just don't know. So they're not there to do harm. It's like, I just don't know black people, so I'll just say things with just me being white. So they don't mean any harm. Like my white friends sometimes say things, I check them, and okay, oh sorry, it's cool. See, Trump falls in that second category of where he will sit down with the black people. He will be so-called friends with black people, but he has a low estimation of black people. See, what people don't get is this. This is what people don't get about Trump. He's like, I know this guy. It's like whenever this guy tweets, I just laugh at all the people wasting their energy, like retweeting, doing all these tweets, doing all this mad stuff and everything, man. And I'm like, guys, I know this guy. He is a trickster. He's playing the game. You know, and he's playing the game to trigger people. This is a white guy who never worked a 9 to 5. Doesn't know what it means to work a hard-end job, doesn't know how to hustle for a job, was born with a silver spoon, wasn't even that great a businessman, lived in a bubble upon a bubble upon a bubble, wasn't even good at making any kind of money, always tried to impress his father who was better. He is just the typical white upper-class guy that is totally detached, that has to look at black people as total losers. He has to, based on where he is. So he's a particular kind of racist, not like a neo-Nazi and so forth, but it's very kind of racist. But the key thing that people don't understand is this guy's playing a game. And everything he's tweeting is he's mobilizing his base, because Trump isn't stupid. See, Bush, I think George Bush Jr. was a bit dim. A bit dim. Trump isn't stupid. You can say anything you want, because Trump is like, because you know the key thing? Do you think Trump thinks these his supporters are smart? He thinks these guys are morons. Those hillbillies, Billy Joe, Billy Ray, all right, let's go, baby, let's go, Trump, baby, come Trump. He thinks these guys are morons. And he knows how to tap into their moronic behavior, and he knows the kinds of things to say, because Trump knows that this is not about popular votes, it's the electoral college. And it's about winning those key states. And I need to say these specific things to have those particular whites from the poor areas, those particular working class whites who believe in the whole America patriotism and hate blacks and hate Mexicans and immigrants, get all the upper class whites to protect their money and get the coons. You need the coons. You need those coons and Uncle Toms. They're key. They're very key, man. They're going to help you.
He only got 13% of the black vote, though, in his first election. So I don't get how we're talking about him getting the coons. So he didn't get anybody.
Okay. So let me go here. So Sam, your view on Trump then?
My view on Trump, the best way to put it is that he reminds me of that frat boy that I used to go to college with, that basically had no filter, didn't give a fuck about anybody that was black, Hispanic, or whatnot, made all the most offensive jokes, was in the business clubs and stuff, and made money and had that silver spoon in his mouth. I mean, but the thing though is that he was still casual enough to hang out with like pretty much the middle and lower class whites. That would be the best way to explain it. He's basically a microcosm. He's basically a microcosm of white America, really.
So would you just categorically say Trump is racist? Categorically, yeah. Or is it racist?
He's one of those. He's what the racist that a lot of people talk about, the worst type of racist, the one that you have, the one that's very, very just behind your back type racist. He may be really cool and casual in front of you, but he's not your friend. He's not your friend. He doesn't have your interests at heart.
Okay. What's it called? Corey.
Yeah, I think Trump is a racist, but he's more of an opportunist. I think. I think
I love that word. That's the word I was looking for. Opportunist.
Trump is an opportunist. If for example, if Trump was in a situation where he had to befriend black people to survive, he could do that. He's not a true racist in that way. And a lot of
on the money.
And what you were saying about the whites, the poor whites that voted for him, and how he was able to manipulate them. These poor whites don't understand that, they're expecting a country to be like it always is, which is they look out for them because they're white, but on the horizon of America and the future of America is this extreme classism where they don't give a fuck what color you are. If you are poor, then you are not going to get any help. And African American people, we are uniquely well suited for that situation. We know how to swim in that in those waters. But these poor whites, they're not used to that. They're not used to being left out in the cold like that. And Trump is gonna say whatever he's got to say to get their votes and use them and discard them. And I mean, he would do the same thing to black people. He does the same thing to poor whites. And like you guys already said, man, he's an elitist. He grew up rich, silver spoon in his mouth. His daddy was arrested in a Klan rally in the 1920s or 1930s. Trump grew up, probably not respecting blacks. He probably has no respect for black people, but he respects money and power. I mean, he's really that simple. And in order to get rid of him, I think you got to kind of starve him of his oxygen to pretend he's not even there, and that'll fix that. But that's what I think. Trump is definitely a racist, but just a benign racist. He's not in your face.
Okay, so do any of you know this Raymond guy? I'm seeing a Raymond guy.
Yeah, Raymond is one of my homies. He's actually a pretty interesting guy if you invite him in, because he's actually a political leader that works.
All right, that's interesting. Okay, all right. So Juan, you go then. Hopefully Raymond can come back when he comes. So Juan, so is Trump a racist then? According to you?
I would say he's a strategic racist. mean that he used racism to get what he wants out of a situation. Do he relate to people that are in Oklahoma that's on a farm? No. He knows that United States has this recessive gene of racism, that he can bring things out of certain people with less education. He know people, certain educated class of people feel entitled, so I can get them to vote for me, but I really don't care because I grew up in the 1%. So he uses that as his leverage to say that the left is doing that. He know how to manipulate the game of the American history. He knows that Americans black and white get triggered by race. That's the first thing we think about. We don't think about the situation logically. We just think about race. And if you look at how the media portray stuff, a black man did this, or a black man robbed this white person, is how everything is portrayed here. So he knows he can play into that. And he just a manifesto of that's what the United States has been created since the 1500s. Yes, he's bad for America. Can we vote another president like that in again? Yes, of course. Because if you think about it, America is a very young country, like you guys said, and very undeveloped. There's a lot. If you ever drove across America, you find it's very, very undeveloped, and there's people that's very, very educated and very poor. So think about it. If you're a redneck living in Tennessee and you see Black Lives Matter and you live in very poor, you would say, "What the fuck is my white privilege?" Right? I mean, things like that. He resonates to people that feels that they relate to him. Remember, he's a gunner cowboy. He says what he wants. So these people are uneducated. Oh, this guy relates to me. He says what he wants. He's not really that, he doesn't bite his tongue. So overall, I'm saying, yes, he is a racist, but he's strategic about it, right? I mean, how he goes about it and doing it. So that's my thought about it.
Okay. Raymond, so just introduce yourself to the people where you're from and so forth. And really the topic is, do you believe Trump is a racist?
All right. Am I coming through right?
Yep. Yeah. Cool. You're cool.
So, Ray Roberts, ex-military, did my combat time for this country. Born in Chicago, but I claim Baltimore. Living out in the Midwest right now. I am actively engaged politically. I own a couple businesses. My main profession is I'm a data scientist. So I analyze things. I look at the numbers. What does it mean? So that's my quick background. So as far as the question, yes, Trump is a racist. I've been listening to you guys now about 10, 15 minutes. I kind of jumped in there late. And I would say that I haven't heard anything that's wrong, in my opinion. I guess what I hope I can bring to this is context. I don't believe that Trump is sophisticated or he's smart at all. Trump is a product of a nation that has always taken the comfortable way out. From the very beginnings of this country's creation, they had the audacity to write on a document that all men are created equal, and then say that some men are not men. So this is not new of claiming to be a thing, but walking another. Even with about him being 1% and 2%, it's not about him being poor like that guy from Tennessee. It's about the fact that, hey, can tell that Tennessee guy, he can give him a false illusion that he has something he doesn't. Well, at least you're not a black guy. If you look at the entire Republican strategy, they literally called it the Southern strategy. The whole purpose of it was to steal the racist white voter from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party, which is why today you hear all this back and forth where we don't seem to agree how the parties came to be. You'll hear Republicans say, well, Democrats claim that we're the racists, but look at the 1950s and 60s. All the racist politicians were Democrats. They're right, but that's a magic trick. They're telling you to focus on the politicians, focus on the voters. They're absolutely right when they say that those Democratic politicians stayed with the Democratic Party back in the 50s and 60s. What they don't tell you is that the actual people who voted them in, those racists, left to the Republican Party. The people who stayed in the Democratic Party were the people who did not appreciate them. So what I find here is where you're talking about Trump or history, we have a nation that has luckily won more often than it's lost. So it gets to write the history books. And it doesn't necessarily lie in the history books. It just leaves parts of information out. And what we're seeing now is with technology, this is my opinion, with technology, now you have access to information. Before, they didn't let you go to the library because you were black. Okay, fine. You now are allowed in the library. They just stopped putting the books on the shelf. Now with technology, if you want the information, it's out
It's right
there.
there.
It's there. And so I argue what you have going here is you got a nation that's been raised for generations. Don't talk about religion, sex, politics, or income. It was bred into them at the family table. So why are we so surprised that now that everyone's got a bullhorn, we're doing that right now? I mean, big picture on earth, we're nobodies, but we got a bullhorn now to the world. So why are you acting surprised that people who you've been telling them their whole lives don't talk about the things that most center around life, don't know how to talk? To me, all this is expected. It's going to have to get worse, in my opinion, before it gets better.
That's a very good jump off points for where I want to even come into, because now because again we're basically building up to, and it's a good thing that you've come in. We're now sort of building up to the George Floyd events and what I want to talk about with regards to the police force, the history of the police force in America. But before we really get there, I want to talk about the Democrats. So the notion is, let me even use the quote. So obviously, this is the famous quote that everyone had. Joe Biden, interviewed by Charlemagne the God, and Joe Biden then says, if you vote for Trump, you ain't black. So there's always been this notion of black people as sort of predestined to vote for the Democrats. And even me, growing up and so forth, again, just me growing up as a guy looking from afar was, Democrats good, Republicans bad. Democrats like black people, Republicans hate black people. Then growing older and so forth, I use my example. My uncle lives in Atlanta. My uncle is a surgeon, so he does pretty well. So him, my aunts and my cousins, they do pretty well. Like, I've been to his house, I think twice, and so forth. My uncle is a Republican because him being a Republican for his family and so forth is much more beneficial to him. So then when I then learned that, oh my gosh, my uncle is a Republican, and now my uncle is a great guy and so forth. So okay. Then we now go deeper. It's like, the lines are a bit more blurred. So for you guys right now, I'll start off first with Sam. Coming toward these elections right now, things are going crazy. Things are going crazy in America, and we'll get into that in detail. So for you, Sam, do you always vote Democrats? And coming this November, are you going to vote for Biden or are you undecided? Sam?
Bro, I'm undecided. Like, I have to make some really tough choices between not voting and voting for Biden, because the moral side of me doesn't want to vote for Biden, doesn't want to vote for either of these motherfuckers, man, because they're both garbage. And it's not, and even if like Biden wasn't racist or didn't make that comment, I wouldn't vote for him because he's crazy, because he's obviously senile. He won't last. I think he'll probably die of natural causes within his first term. That's how bad he is. Yeah, and if he has like really on that election, it would really depend on who his vice president is, because that would be the next person to step in if he's unable to finish his term.
No, but I mean, quickly, just before I'll go back, the most depressing thing I had, I was listening to the Joe Biden podcast, and they were talking about this same thing, and they all said that, I think Joe Biden said, I'll vote for Biden. I'm not going to like it, but I'm going to vote for him. So it is a horrible situation that now exists where you're not voting for someone because you like them. You're voting for the lesser evil. You're voting to prevent someone for having 4 more years, which is now a crazy thing, because normally it's like, wait, I vote for someone because I like them. I like their policies. They excite me. And I think Biden and Democrats are using the whole thing. Wait, do you see this dude? You want 4 more years of this dude? Because if you don't vote for us, it's on you. You're to blame. And even all the Democrats are saying that anyone who doesn't vote Democrats gets 4 years, it's on you. So yeah, Sam.
Yeah, so when it comes down to election day, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be who is the vice president of Joe Biden. If it's somebody that I trust, if it's, I would say that there were some in the DNC that were pretty interesting. Like
Elizabeth Warren.
Warren was an interesting one, but I think one that I was actually talking with Corey about, Joe Buttigieg, young guy. One of the big things that like would about the nation is that, and even though it's white, even though he's white, when you think about the people that are in like all, when you think about the people that are throughout the United States, it comes down to the fact that he's gay.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Like, so that wouldn't sit well. I actually think in some cases that wouldn't sit as well as having a half black president. I know some people are like really racist, but there's some like real Bible thumpers down in the South, and they'd probably take the half black guy over the gay guy.
Wow. Okay, Corey.
Yeah, you're talking about Pete Buttigieg from South Bend, in Indiana. I liked him. Like you know how I feel about him, Sam. I think he was a smart guy. I think he was very reminiscent of Obama, how smart he was. But he had a problem with the black community in his city. Like a lot of Midwestern cities, the black community there is on. The voices are unheard. The police are messing people up. And he was just like, well, I don't know what to do, you know. So he had an issue with the black community, but you know, what was the question? I'm sorry. Is it
so do you normally vote Democrats? And this November, will you be voting Democrats, or are you undecided?
Yeah, I am going to be undecided. I haven't. I've switched up my voting every election, you know, depending on who I like. You know, and this election period, I really don't know, because like you guys said, it's a lesser of the two evils. It reminds me in 2016 with Hillary and Trump, also the lesser of the two evils. You know, I don't like Joe Biden. I like Bernie Sanders over him. I like Pete Buttigieg over all of them. You know, and you know, I mean, we'll see how the debates go. And we'll see how those guys buckle under pressure, because you know the president is going to have to handle, you know, is going to have to be cool under pressure. He's going to have to be strong with Russia. He's going to have to be strong with China. He's going to have to be multifaceted. They're going to have a nice cabinet around them. They're going to have to be smart to assemble a nice cabinet. You know, so I mean, I'll have to see how it goes. But you know, I know I probably shouldn't say this, but my portfolio has been ridiculously good since Trump has been president. That is one good thing about this Trump presidency. I gotta say, the stock market, the stock market has been fantastic. I mean, not pre-coronavirus. So you know, whoever gets elected, I hope they can keep that stock market run going. You know, but
what it is, but look, man, it's what it is.
You know, that's what it is on that one. I mean, I don't know though. I don't know. I can't say definitively that I wouldn't vote for Trump or wouldn't vote for Biden. But you know, the lesser of the two evils, we'll see. Biden is particularly terrible. He is really terrible. So you know, we'll have to see on that one.
All right, Juan.
So Juan jumped out, but he was trying to jump back in.
You might have to re-add Juan.
Sorry. Sorry, Juan.
Okay. No problems. Yeah, my internet had got kicked off, so I got kicked off. So yeah. So my thought is, I try to think of this very thoughtfully. Do I want to vote for Biden? Not really. I'm not really a fan of him. But I can't see this guy going for a president. I have to look at the long run. Like, this guy is causing havoc in our country. I mean, even though he's done good with the stock market, and it has helped me as well, but I need to think about it as a whole, about the society where Black people want it to be. Do you think, you know, he's going to make this utopia society? Trump? No, he's a wealthy guy. So I mean, I don't want to vote Biden, but I have to be. This is the cards I got dealt, so I have to be very smart when I choose. So I am going to vote. I think everybody should exercise their vote, but I will choose Biden because I feel he's the best that we currently have right now. So that's my thought. And Corey made a comment that kind of contradictory. Got to call you out a little bit. You said that you like Bernie Sanders, and you said that you want somebody to keep the stock market. Bro, Bernie Sanders is a democratic socialist. He ain't all about that, man.
Well, like I said, if he's able to assemble a nice cabinet around him, I don't think Trump has any direct impact on the stock market. He's got Steve Mnuchin in there doing the Treasury Secretary thing. I think Trump brings confidence, and that increases the stock market. If Bernie Sanders puts the right people in there, I don't think that would crater the stock market too much.
Okay, I don't mean to go off a tangent with Barry Sanders. So he wanted to mimic like the Swedish and the Denmark culture. So that means like 40% tax. So this is more of a giving free schools, free universities. So you may need to study the Swedish economy to understand what my man was going to do. So I don't that's kind of a little contradiction. I hear people say they like Bernie Sanders but want this capitalism. That doesn't work. We need to pick and choose. We are a pure capitalist system. This is Trump want to have. So let me ask the question: does a pure capitalist system help Black America? Are we eating from the top? How many of us are eating from this? So you
know how I am, bro. I like capitalism. I think capitalism has brought more people out of poverty than any other system, and I think the system of capitalism should stay in America. Now, unchecked capitalism, unfettered capitalism, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. Capitalism, that's a no-go, obviously. But I take capitalism over socialism any day. I'm sorry.
I need to know what reality y'all two are talking about. Tell me about this world where unfettered capitalism is not the capitalism in America. Every time an American comes up, there's probably 20 or 30 people in another country who they get their rights taken. All throughout history, while America's brought up, you saw entire countries getting put down, demoralized, and leveled. When we were fighting for the labor movement from the 20s to the 50s in America, we had U.S. Marines in Central and South America shooting at laborers in those countries fighting for the same rights with American force of government. In Africa, you were killing people like Lumumba because he was trying to take care of his people and take care of their resources. So I really need to understand, where are you living where America is truly pure capitalism and has never been built on slavery or putting down others so that guy A can live? I need to know that decade.
No. I didn't say that America's a pure form of capitalism. I said unfettered capitalism is terrible. I said unchecked capitalism is terrible. America's not perfect, but what I'm saying is I prefer the system of capitalism over the system of socialism. Is America the perfect form of capitalism? Hell no. But I think capitalism in general will lift more Black people out of poverty than anything else.
Well, no, I think just before I come to Raymond, just to jump in, there is no perfect system.
True.
There really isn't any perfect system, as in we can use sort of the example of China and America, which are at complete opposites. Just that China are very good at sort of hiding information and sort of censoring information. I know for a fact there are people in China who are suffering. I know for a fact there are people, because I know people from China who tried to leave China and come to England and make a life in England. Like guys in my school were like, no, we're coming to England to build a life in England because China, it ain't it, And in America, 100%, there are people that get screwed over. But again, I use the example of the whole thing of the American dream because again, I use the example of my brother who he's lived in England and has lived in America. And my brother said, yes, it's not perfect. Yes, you get screwed over. Yes, it's thinking, but there is more opportunity for a guy that can go from debt poor to make something of himself than a place like in a China or a place like in an England, where in an England,
100% agree.
And you are ensured you stay in your place. There's only so far you can go in England. In China, that system just doesn't allow for an individual to go from poor to super riches. So it's the good and the bad. But Raymond, speak on. Do you normally vote Democrats? Will you vote Democrats in November, and also maybe expand upon your views on the capitalist views in America now?
So I'm voting for anyone but Trump. That's a given. I don't know who that name's going to be, but it will not be Trump. Historically, last time I voted, I actually voted Libertarian. So I voted for Gary Johnson our last election. And I think before that, I'm only so old, so there's only two other ones. So I think it was a 50-50 split between Republican and Democrat. So that's my voting history there. So I was one of those people who was thinking that the nation had progressed along so well, I could start building the next better thing. So I actually voted Libertarian, thinking that, hey, now that we killed that old school racist Republican stuff, let's go ahead and move forward and build something better than Democrats. So I was one of those idiots. I thought the beast was dead, and it wasn't. So coming into what I mean, I'm trying to keep up with you guys. You guys flow pretty fast. So working backwards, capitalism, and what's your point about China versus American? It's not about is it pure. It's about is it or is it perfect? It's about is it pure. So you look at a prison system. You'll have the Aryan Nation inside a Supermax. You'll have the Black Brother Disciples in a Supermax and MS-13, right? These are all race-related gangs. All these gangs are like, we only love our own. If you're anybody else, we'll kill you. But I'll tell you this, when you look at business, business moves between them. And that's what I try to call out. America is not separate from socialism. America is built on socialism. America is not separate from dictatorships. It's built on it. And coming back to it, dictatorships like the Saudis, they could not exist without capital from countries like America. So what you find is all these systems are interdependent. So when someone's trying to sell me straight up that one's better than the other big picture, or that I don't see it because I have not seen a system that has been actually ran the way it's supposed to be ran, and it operates without the others. America needs slaves. That's why it's friendly with dictators. And dictators need America because they need cash. Now, coming into what you're talking about at the personal level, I call that another little magic trick. I'm a Black man in America. I live in America. I'm noticing that a white man gets 2 pieces of pie and I get 1 piece of pie. And the world's response to me is, well, at least you're not in Africa, because in Africa, you only get half a piece of pie. I wasn't born in Africa. I don't live in Africa. Why are you telling me to imagine another place? I do what whites do. A white man, I'll tell you this right now, and there's research for this. If a white man's boss calls him in and says, you just got a 20% raise, he's gonna be like, wow, thanks, boss, wasn't expecting that. If he walks out of his boss's office and find out that everybody else got a 50% raise, his ass is gonna be angry. You will not be able to talk to him about how at the other plant, nobody got raises. We know this time in and time out, that we compare ourselves to the people around us. So that's even when people try to explain to me, well, Ray, sure, things are not perfect, but they're better than the 60s. Do you time travel when you're examining your life? When your boss tells you you can't have a raise, but look at the bright side, you're making more than your great granddaddy in the 50s. Does that shit make sense to you?
But Ray, you're talking about a social issue. We were talking that's the difference between capitalism and a social issue. You're talking about society of it. So we were talking about pure capitalism, right? We're talking about the winner takes all, right? So you're talking about more of a social issue, I think. This is not more of a government structure issue, correct? I mean,
nothing I said was government. That was on the ground. Government doesn't tell you to tell Black people to be thankful that it's better than the 60s. That's on the ground.
True.
That's not about government, but I'll still stick with your point there. If it's about pure capitalism, why are the capitalists crying when the Chinaman does it better than him? Why are the pure capitalists crying when the Mexican does it cheaper than him? It ain't pure. These are cats claiming, hey, it's all about the game. But when someone comes in doing better than them, they want to change the damn rules.
I definitely agree with you on that one, Ray, because you know, best man for the job, right? If somebody comes up with something cheaper and better, then they win. So you know, I definitely agree with that. Like, people shouldn't be crying.
I got white dudes shitting on me. They were shitting on me and my daddy last week. Now they got a Mexican dude about to take it from them. Now they want to come to me. Hey, fellow American, we got to work together to keep these Mexicans out. Bro, are you kidding me? I'm a dumbass. I think I heard one of y'all say a coon earlier. I'm a dumbass. If I help that white man shut that Mexican man down and then act surprised when he shuts me out of the winnings.
True, you get it.
You a dumbass. And that's why when I say, when cats be talking about we got to work together, that cat was shooting at you last week, bro. He just found somebody else with more guns. Now he wants you to help watch his back. You can't count on him. So I'm saying, if you truly believe in that, when that Mexican shuts down your crew or your brother's crew, maybe not your family, but when I see a Mexican come into town and shut down a white crew, I preach to that white man what he preached to my black family. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, hustle or die. When a China crew does it cheaper and shuts them down, hustle or die, homie. Exactly what you're telling my people.
And also, you see, and the key thing is, again, I'm even experiencing this. I've been to Nigeria, like I think the last 2 times, like a few years ago. There's so many Chinese people coming into Africa right now. Things are changing. The American empire will fall. Every empire falls. It's just the thing of life. The Egyptian empire, Greek empire, Roman empire, British empire. This has been we live in the age of the American empire. It will fall. It will fall. Now, I've always said that I don't want to live in. Say all you want about the Western America. I don't want to live in a world ruled by China. Personally, I just don't.
Me
I
either.
would rather live in a world ruled by America than a world ruled by China. But it's inevitable. The American empire is falling, and my fear is the new status quo. I think it might be China, because
China's taking over with the dollar. China's taking over with the dollar. America has always taken over with the gun. So which one you want, man? You want the suitcase? And just talk about backgrounds. I think Sam told you guys I'm ex-Army too. This was one of those conversations I would have when I visited other people's country. You want the suitcase or the gun, bro? Which one you want? So China don't bring no gun. You ain't heard about China armies running around Africa. You have heard about AFRICOM. America sends special forces operators. China sends money. I'm not saying that either of those are perfect, but I highly encourage people when I was in the Army, and I highly encourage them now. Take the briefcase, bro.
Wow, yeah. And like that even brings us into the next point that I now really want to get to, which is really looking at what is happening in America now, but specifically before we go into the whole issue with the protest happening in America and just America pretty much tearing itself apart with the protest, is what sparked it. So it's going back to George Floyd and the policeman. Now, a few days ago, I did like a live stream on it, and I titled it, very clear. Listen to the title: American police are evolved slave catchers. Naturally, people thumbs down my video, and people say, "What do you say?" And I was like, "Okay, cool." Someone had just had a instant reaction towards it. They've not read the title and done the research. American police are evolved slave catchers. They're an evolution of slave catchers. Going back to the issue that we're having with regards to, I think when one user said, no, American racism isn't the worst racism. No, we're not doing racial Olympics here. It's different because of America's history and the particular history of slavery. So with regards to the police force in America, that police force is an evolution of the slave catchers who were tasked in policing and maintaining the system of slaves. So any runaway slaves, which are the people that are there that are the workforce that are working for free, we need to catch them because we need those bodies to build this system and this empire that we're trying to build. So through civil rights, Jim Crow, and everything, that's because the police thing, it's a system, it's an organization, and that organization, everything. This is like everything has a genesis. Everything comes from something. Things just don't pop off out of nowhere. No, there's a beginning. There is no middle without a beginning. There's no end without a beginning. So you have to go to what was the beginning, what was the thing that started everything. So what I've always said to people is that how people are trained in the police organization. This is what people don't get. Let's say I'm a racist. I hate black people. I want to kill black people because I'm a racist. But I'm a civilian. It's gonna be pretty hard for me to kill a black guy if I'm a civilian. Let me get that badge. Now, if I get that badge and I learn the blue code, I ensure it's a clean kill, I can get off. So this anger I have in me towards these black people wants to pretty much murder these dudes that I hate. I can get away with it because I'm protected by this police organization and this system. So
do we really believe? Do we really believe that that is a common thing? That a guy's like, I'm racist, I hate black people, and I want to kill them. So let me go get the badge. Do we believe that?
oh no, it's no. This now it's not a brush I am painting amongst everyone. I'm just saying that there are certain people that it may not be a prime reason, but it's a subliminal reason. Because as people have said, policemen aren't these angels from up above the heavens who've come down to protect the human beings. No, they're citizens like you or me.
They're not the cream of society. They're a cross section. Absolutely.
Yeah, so they're citizens with imperfections, and we know that human beings are imperfect. We have our prejudices, we have our stereotypes. So you really don't know who that guy is behind the badge. But in most other countries, these policemen have to follow these strict kinds of laws. So even if you're dealing with a guy who may be crazy, they still have to follow somewhat of strict laws. But in America, based on where the police have come from and evolved from, there is a directive that they have towards black people and towards white people. I was looking at this program, and they were interviewing these policemen, and they were talking to them about what's the kind of training you get given, in the police force. And this guy said, we are told that for certain black people, we have to have different, more aggressive tactics towards these certain kinds of people, as opposed to the other white people who could potentially sue us. Again, it goes back to the whole thing of the racial view of how America views the black man and the image of the black man, going back to the film Birth of a Nation. So let me come to Sam first with this. With regards to the police organization, then, how do you think the system can somewhat be reformed, and what is your view on just the police organization within America specifically?
Hey, jump to Juan, because Juan's got 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. Juan, go for it, Juan.
I would say how we've reformed this. Number one, we need to recognize there's racism. I work for people out here in California that don't want to admit that it exists. It's not that bad. You guys are complaining. Well, maybe you guys did this. Look, we all heard that before, I'm pretty sure, living in America. I think if you think about it, to become a police officer, what qualifications do you need? I think some police department you just need a high school diploma. You get 10 weeks of training, then now you have a gun. You could have grew up in a racist household. It's society. So a lot of people blame the police, but you can't really blame the police because there are just one puzzle of the whole systematic problem of the racist systemic problem from the government. So you have to give an example. The guy that got killed by the police officer in Georgia that was jogging, the prosecutor knew that guy that was a cop. It's a corrupt system. So what needs to change? Number one, we need to get these corrupt people out of here. Number one, the first start is we need to change. America needs to admit their wrongdoing, and they don't want to admit their wrongdoing. Number one. And number two, you need to have really, like I said, the smartest people don't join the police force. I'm sorry, I'm about to say something kind of fucked up. A lot of people used to be combat engineers in the fucking military, get out and be a fucking cop. And they got this guy called Officer Tatum on Twitter saying all types of cool shit on the internet. And they going like, well, I learned this because the military to me don't teach critical thinking. They teach you follow the rules. White man going to teach you, and you get out and that's why a lot of African Americans actually are on drugs after the war and things like that in the military. My dad was in the military for 20 years, so I actually lived on base and all that. So I'm speaking from my dad's experience when he was in the military. But the society has to change. Like we were not admitting, white Americans not admitting there's a problem. When you hear white people say, I didn't know it was so bad, that how can you not know that living in this country, in the history? Like I said before, there's never been any healing. It's just that, hey, like I said, when slavery ended in 1869, what did we get? But they damn sure gave peasant Europeans lands. They give us nothing. They burned down towns, Tulsa, Oklahoma. You seen that? They had a black town, the Black Wall Street.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been reading up on that. Very
Yeah, I
interesting.
mean, it's not just the police. People keep pointing that it's not just that black person, the police. It's the whole system. We don't get the correct jobs. We don't get loans. We don't get hired for jobs. We get bad health. Look at coronavirus. Coronavirus is attacking more black and brown people. It's the whole issue that needs to change. Like, and then you have this president making comments like you're a rapper. Oh, if the looting starts, the shooting starts. How is that going to help? That is
you
not.
nailed it. It's the whole thing, man. I look at my last unit. So I'm a young officer. I go special forces. Okay, I go in there, and as soon as I get on the ground, think about you go to a new job. People are telling you he's cool, he's not. There was this one dude that everybody told me he was shit. He's a major in the special forces. He actually played for the Saints, ex-NFL player, and he now worked at NASA part-time. So the dude's a part-time rocket scientist, special forces major. My young dumb ass, it took me a year and a half to realize he was the only other black officer in the unit. And that's the thing. It's not explicit, but just think about that. I came in thinking we're all on the same team. But if your whole team is telling you a guy is trash, you're just going to believe it. So I avoided him. He would try to talk to me, and I would avoid his ass. I'm like, let me stay away from the trash, dude. I look back on that, and I'm like, damn, they got me. That's the type of shit they do. I never gave that man a chance because all of them said he was trash. Let's talk this through now. You're the only black man in a special forces unit. How trash can you be when you made it to major? It's impossible.
It's impossible.
But so because they couldn't keep him out and they couldn't keep me out, they told us to stay away from each other. Now, he was older than me, so they were not dumb enough to tell him to avoid me. But I was the young dummy. They told me to avoid him. These are the things that I try to come back and talk to my people about when I say there's levels to this shit. No, it ain't them sitting there saying we are racist and we hate you. It's them doing things like that. I call it the Rambo fallacy. If they can't keep us down, they try to convince us that a real man only interacts with himself, even though they roll in teams. So that's why I be trying to tell cats, kill that individual stuff. That only benefits your enemy. Roll in teams, roll in units. So you'll hear people say, I think that's the first thing I heard y'all talking about. Why do you need a leader? Only people who be trying to tell you don't need a leader are your enemies. I love a disorganized enemy. Easier to take them out. Scatter. Do your lone wolf thing. An organized enemy, that's a concern for me. So it's not so much like black people are too stupid, they can't do on their own. I ask, why can't black people do the things that made everyone else successful? America was built on violence. That's what it was built on. So why are you going to tell black people that violence ain't the way? Or violence ain't the key? I'll agree with you there. Sure, violence ain't the key, but it opens some damn doors. So why can't we do it? That's what you did. You gave away free land from the government. That's what Juan was just talking about. Those programs, just giving away free land and free credit after World War II to whites. Those same whites want to turn around and tell black people, do it on your own. You got everything you got for free. How are you going to tell us the way to success is a different path? So what I see with Trump and everything we're talking about right now, we as a people need to be courageous and say, no, we're not going to do a different way than you simply because you say we got to do a different way. I want what you want, and I want it how you got it. I think once we start doing that, then we'll start having some real conversations.
And even on that, so obviously, Juan, you already have a few minutes just on what Raymond was just sort of saying. So these things with this process, because for me, I'm paying very, very close attention to this process and what's going to happen. And I think, which is what Raymond said, is the fact of like nothing will change for black people if they don't move as one, and people don't move in one direction, which is why it's very annoying when you have like an Oprah or a Gayle King or some of these clowns who just want to disperse and divide and conquer. So it is very key that these protests and these so forth are about the end goal. And the end goal is police reform. Let's now get better equality in this country. Like, enough is enough. 400 years was too much. Enough is enough. So for you, Juan, what do you see coming out of this process? Do you think it's going to be a case of, well, it will have an end and the army is going to shut it down? Also, even Raymond, I even want to come to you towards the use of the army and what kind of laws does Trump have with regards to the army later on. But for you, Juan, what do you think these protests can do? Your gut feeling. Do you think these protests can do something good, or do you think it's going to be another rinse, repeat, and we'll see another incident happen next year? And yet again, hashtag protest, rinse, repeat.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this piece, and I gotta drop off. Gotta get to work. But anyway, but thank you. I think I don't mean to be negative. I think us black people don't need to worry about a protest. We need to mobilize and come together. Fuck the protest. Let white people out there protest. We have done that already. I like what my man said. We done that already. And now they saying the violence coming. Why the violence? You guys has done violence. We learned that from you. Now you're saying, oh, these thugs, stop. You guys been doing that for the longest. Now you have these white people protesting in the street. What I feel is going to happen, I think black people need to stop saying white people do something. We need to fix the problem. We need to be like how Jewish people came here when they left Israel. They came, built their own doctors, built their own hospitals, dealt with themselves. We need to build our own wealth capital and build with ourselves. We cannot depend on them. When we have more power, with power is money. I know when we have more capital to push and we need to start clowning these celebrities that say stupid shit when they get on fucking Instagram now, like Lil Wayne. Stop buying their music. Cut their ass off. There's no way you could be a part of the black community saying there's no racism. We cannot tolerate that shit. When a rapper makes dumbass comments like that. What I feel would have happened, to be honest with you, I hope black people would actually start mobilizing better. But I think what happened on the white side, I think what will happen in a couple months, we'll make it a vaccine for Corona. People forget it. Then you have white people screaming about how they fucking discriminated. We need to stop that shit. Yep. We let other movements actually drown us out. You have a lot of gay white men talking about. Let me explain something. Remember what happened when Twitter did something about the LGBT community? They all protested. Where the fuck they at now? Black people need to stop jumping on these fucking movements. They don't do shit for us. I'm not against gay people. I'm just saying that when an issue affects black people, it affects people. If you're gay or a woman, doesn't matter. We need to stop jumping on these white movements that do not benefit us. They do not. Where the fuck are they at right now? Do you hear any white women saying, if these feminist women saying any shit right now? Fuck no.
But Juan, so do you think, because again, it's very interesting what you're saying, because I think someone made a point that and this was a crazy controversial point, that segregation actually benefited the black community because all the money was kept within the black community and businesses all rose at the same time.
Yeah.
So for you, Juan, do you believe black people in America can come together and work together from this? Truly, God's feeling.
It's going to take some years of education, man. We have this self-hate. We're very forgiving to white people, though, but we forgiving to ourselves. I'm just saying.
See, I feel like you just opened up another 3-hour conversation. You said you gotta leave. That ain't fair. You're like, I'm gonna say the last word. You're gonna drop all that, then run out. That's right.
I mean, that is a whole. I mean, you've just opened a whole Pandora's box, man.
Because I'm like, nah, bro, you can't leave. Call in sick. You can't say that and leave.
I'm sorry. I gotta go, guys. But definitely love talking to you guys. We'd love to do a post-mortem or write-up or something like that. Nice meeting all you guys. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, we'll see you. Okay. So let me come over to you now, Sam. Now, so Sam. So with regards to the police, then, how do you think the system, the police system, the organization of the system, can be reformed, or do you think it can be reformed, or just do you think that this is sort of America's necessary evil and a system that can't be changed?
Talking about systems in the U.S., especially like the way that it is that you got to realize that these systems are controlled at state level. I mean, while the states are very similar, there's a lot of differences, and there's a lot of people that protect them. And the other thing you also have to consider about those regulations is that certain senators, I mean, not certain senators, certain governors will make sure that they protect their people, because there's certain movements that are out there. Blue Lives Matter is a good example of that. Basically, a counterculture, which is a bunch of cops and a bunch of their families, basically, and a bunch of people, which it acts as a system to basically counter the whole Black Lives Matter thing. And they say they'll use all these arguments like, hey, you're killing these cops, they go out on duty and stuff like that. I mean, even though it's an occupation, even though the truth of being a cop is that it's an occupational risk, just like being a soldier.
Hey, man, we talk about black people sticking together. A dream that I would be happy with if we could all do, or most of us, like, look at us. We ain't gang banging on the streets. I don't think I expect to see any of y'all in a corner moving weight. Me and Sam, we know each other for a while, man. I would love it if we just all made a basic agreement that when we live the way we live, we are upstanding citizens. We serve our nations. We build businesses. We work in businesses. When the government catches us, we pay our taxes. I'm just saying, if we live just and we say we want something from our government and the world starts talking to us about gangbangers, we shut them the fuck down. Why are you talking to me about gangbangers, bro? Do I don't live there. I don't roll with them. I don't talk to them. I don't come from them.
Oh, no. But see, the key thing, Raymond, is no. That's the system needs to see you in a monolith.
No. We know. I'm just saying, what if we, in real time, put it this way: a white boy could come from the Ozark Hills, where his mommy and daddy made meth and moonshine. He could get out, go to school, become a doctor, go to the city. Nobody is asking him, when are you going back to the Ozarks? When are you going back to fix? When are you going to go back and clean up that meth situation? When a white dude says, I'm a doctor, no one says, okay, that's cool, but what do you think about meth? What do you think about child pornography? Because FBI shows it's 80% white males. Yeah, you a white dude? What do you think about the child pornography problem? How about this one? I'm sure you maybe had this. How about you at a party and a white dude comes up and tells you he's a doctor, and you say, hey, what can I do to help your community stop doing child pornography? Because that's what's happened to me. I'm a black dude dressed up, kitted up, suited up, and they'll be like, what can I do to help your community with the gun violence?
Wow.
I'm saying that is the definition of equality. Treat me the way you expect to be treated. And just so you know, gentlemen, I do that shit. When a white dude comes to me and says, oh, what can I do to help your community? I say, set the example. Go to your community and clean up all the child pornography and the suicide rates and all your wives eating those pills from the doctor that they weren't prescribed. Show us how to fix your community, then bring that book back to us. Needless to say, I don't get invited to the same party twice.
This is why he's my dude, because he keeps it real. He keeps it 100%.
No. But I think it's like, that is your completely 100% right. But it's like, you have to, this thingy of race, the racist system and racial system is something that is fully ingrained in white people, which is why I use the whole thing as a monolith. They can't treat you as they treat themselves, because media, education, their parents, the country, the system has painted you and anyone that looks like you as this thing. And they're trying to make you look and become this thing. They don't want you to be an individual who is separate from being a rapper, a basketball player, a gangbanger, a guy on drugs, all that kind of stuff. No, we need that because it's the system of control. They need the control. Oh my God, if black people actually, they rose up, had their own businesses, were individuals, were affluent, then it's like, oh, damn, it's the fear. is the fear that, oh my gosh, we're gonna get taken over. We're gonna get taken over by these guys who are supposed to be descendants of these slaves. So this, and this is why this system is it will come down. Just like we don't know whether it will see it in our lifetime, it has to come down because it's built on a rotten foundation. The foundation it's built on is rotten. Now, if the foundation is rotten, it can still stand. But eventually, if the foundation isn't built with proper cement and stuff, it will eventually, do you know how long it will eventually fall? So back to you, Sam, then. So with regards to police, so do you think the police can sort of reform itself as a system and as an organization?
It's happening little by little, but there are certain measures that took place. I mean, one of the biggest things that happened between the last time something like this happened, I would say the Michael Brown, Derek Wilson thing. Like, what happened at that point was that cops had a requirement to wear body cameras, and this resonated not just in the United States but throughout the world. The big thing in a lot of states and a lot of local PDs is that it's a requirement to wear it, and if you don't have it turned on when you have an interaction with a suspect, you can end up getting prosecuted for that. Especially if especially in the case if somebody got shot or killed. Obviously, in some cases, it hasn't worked out. Like, good example of that would be Breonna Taylor, because the 3 cops that shot her didn't have their body cameras on, even though they were in the wrong house. They weren't prosecuted, which is fucking unjust. But the other thing, though, that this brings is not just something from the cops, but something from the people. And the bigger thing that this is bringing is that cops have to think twice about what they do, because anytime anybody's around, they will get videotaped. And they know that. And they know in the back of their mind, if they fuck up, that they're going to jail. And they're going to eventually, and they are going to see time. Because Will Smith put a quote about racism. Racism hasn't changed. It's videotaped now. We'll see. So you try to pull that shit now, everybody's watching you.
See, I don't think they're actually on their toes, man. Look at reality TV. And maybe I'm showing my age here, but me and Sam are the same age. Remember when reality TV first came out and we was like, this shit is so fake, because these people know the cameras are there. They're not going to do too crazy stuff. They forget those cameras are there. And I've even been in situations where there's cameras around. You forget those cameras are there after a while. You kind of lower your guard. So when you hear cops talking about, I'm on pins and needles and everything, I'm saying, first off, you lying. But if you feel the need to tell the lie, you ain't built for this life, bro. Go be a dentist. I agree with Will Smith that ain't nothing new. When you be hearing those old ladies, especially the old white ladies, be like, oh, how do we get so divided? What you talking about? You just see what I see now. That's why I just think I agree with you that it's not new. And I agree that the cameras have an effect. But I argue that that's maybe a good way to say it. I say that institutional racism was top down. When it started out, slavery was top down. The good things that I'm seeing today are from the bottom up. Because if you look at these protests, let's talk about the peaceful ones even. It's not just black people out there. You look all over the world, it's not just black people saying this. So you're seeing from the bottom up some good happening. Even when I told you how I talk at those parties and stuff and how I engage folks, there's a couple. So yeah, maybe I don't get invited back to the party, but there's 1 or 2 dudes who follow me out and they're like, hey man, I just want to swap information with you. Maybe we could catch a drink later. I just want to see how you see things. Every now and then you get a person who it wasn't maliciousness. They were just ignorant. And maybe that's a good way to look at it. I was hearing you guys talk earlier. There's maliciousness and there's ignorance and there's a mixture of the two. So the straight up racist, I want to kill you, that's maliciousness. The kid who comes up and says, I just don't understand. If you guys are just as smart as us, how come y'all don't have anything? That's a kid who wasn't taught about Tulsa in public school. He's just ignorant. You teach him actually, we had shit. Y'all just kept burning it down. And
not only that,
mean,
No, go ahead. No.
Like this is something I had to learn over time, that like the a lot of the history is buried, man, or a lot of the history just isn't told to you. So it's up to you to research yourself, and not only for you, but for your kids, because if you don't imprint some kind of racial identity or racial pride on your child, the country will do it for you. And as of right now, the default racial identity in America is white. So it's up to you as a parent and as an individual to educate yourself on that, because it's not going to be in the history.
If you don't teach your little black girl that black is beautiful, America will teach her that white is beautiful. They're not going to tell her she's ugly. They're just going to show her 1,000 pictures of beautiful, and she's going to intuitively realize that she doesn't look like any of those pictures. That's what's done.
And so just real quick, so guys in the live chat, send in. So if you want any questions for the panel and everything, I'm sure everyone is really enjoying this conversation. It's been a great conversation. Send any questions. We'll try to answer a few questions. So send any questions for the panel, and then we'll try to answer. So I want to come to you again. What's it called? Corey. To Corey. So Corey. So in terms of, again, the double barrel. So police, do you think it can be reformed? And also with these protests, do you believe that this is the turning point for Black people in America? Do you think this is the turning point and things can change, or you just think it's going to be another Groundhog Day, rinse and repeat?
I would like for it to be a turning point. This is a very unique time right now, because right now during these 3 deadly shootings, we're all stuck in the house. COVID-19 has us all stuck in the house. We're all watching our internet feeds. So a lot of eyeballs are on this right now. So this is more than any other time in history. This is a time where a lot of people are seeing this shit. This is reminiscent of the Rodney King beating in the early 90s, or the O.J. Simpson white Bronco. Everybody's watching this. So if with the amount of eyeballs on this, there should be some kind of change. Now you have in the U.S. you have something called the blue wall of silence. Meaning that, it's an unofficial rule. Any kind of misconduct, any kind of abuse, any kind of thing that the police officer does is handled internally. They cover it up, they bury it, and they keep it amongst themselves. If you are a police officer of morality, then you need to do it. You need to shed a light on this and get rid of it. If you are a family member of a police officer and you know that motherfucker's racist, or you know that motherfucker's doing something crazy, it's up to you to talk to them and try to steer them on the right path. I don't think this is going to be solved by rioting and making harsher laws on these people, because as long as you have this blue coat of silence, and as long as you have people who wake up next to these racist motherfuckers every day and don't say anything to them, then nothing will change. So I hope this is a watershed moment where good people who previously didn't say anything are going to say something. Where good cops who previously said, "Well, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut about this blue coat of silence. I don't want to hurt my career. I don't want to hurt my retirement. I don't want these guys to come after me." Hopefully, this will change and have them actually do the right thing. Because without those two things, then yeah, you're right. This is going to come and go, and we're going to be talking about this shit again 20 years from now.
All right. So Ian, Raymond, for you again. So do you think police can be reformed, and what do you think these protests? Do you think this is a tipping point for Blacks in America with this process, or you think it's just going to be rinse and repeat?
No, I think cops are humans. So I see a lot of people asking, are people born racist? No.
Sorry. So this is one. So I think maybe this can be a jump off for the question: are people born racist?
Yeah. But just talk with cops first. I guess my point is they're humans just like us. I know even when trying times like this, there's a tendency to dehumanize the other side. So let's back off from that. Police are humans. Even the guy that did the dirty deed, he's still a human. So when I say that, any of us can change, any of us can learn. I try to use the idea, I have a definition of culture. Culture is everything that you don't question. So if you walk into the house and everybody's eating with chopsticks and you don't question it, that's probably your culture. But if you walk into a house and everyone's eating with chopsticks, you're like, why are people eating with chopsticks? That's clearly not your culture. And just take that bigger in life. So there's things that police do that enough of us don't question, which means it's part of the culture. We need to get to a place where when one cop's got his knee on the neck of a man, the other cops look at that and they say, what are you doing? Because it's not their culture.
It's normalized. It's normalized within.
It was normalized. We need to get to a point. I mean, and let's just go up from the cops. All those angles of that video, you saw a broad daylight street with a whole bunch of people watching. Let's keep it real. They're not subhuman. We have a culture that says no matter what that cop is doing, even if he's murdering a man, if you get involved, you're committing a crime. It wasn't that people didn't want to get involved. They saw 3 cops standing guard while 1 cop was murdering a man, and they're like, to get involved, I'm basically risking my life. I'm risking my life and my freedom. We have to be honest as a society and say, that is our culture, and then ask the hard question, is that what we want? Do we want a country to where you see a man murdering a man, but he's wearing a badge, and you're like, that sucks, but I can't do nothing. Now, if you're good with it, roll with it and hope that's never you under his knee. But if you ain't good with it, redesign the culture.
Okay.
I think it will be, if I can just piggyback, I think it will be beneficial to have some kind of insurance clause with police officers. You want to be a cop, you have to be insured. If you can't be insured, you can't be a cop. If you do something stupid in your cop career that makes you uninsurable, guess what? Go be a fireman, go be something else. You can't be a cop. That will at least put some kind of deterrent in for these cops to do stupid, to think they can get away with doing stupid shit.
Here's what I say, bro. Double police salaries, step 1. You know, people hear the way I talk, they're like, all right. They don't finish the sentence, but you know what they want to say. All right, nigger. But they say, all right, Ray, how are you going to fix it? Step 1, double police salaries. Step 2, double police training. Step 3, make it twice as hard to become a cop. Step 4, make it twice as hard to stay a cop. That's what you do. I made it through Ranger School. I'm proud of that. I'll tell you this right now, bro. I wouldn't make it through day 1 of Ranger School if you put me out there. I was able to become a Ranger. I don't get to stay a Ranger and on the job the whole rest of my life. They have standards. So we need to start doing that. You want a better quality of man? Stop paying a man. I checked, by the way. The average, what do you think the median salary for a cop in Minnesota is with 15 years on the force? Just throw out a couple quick guesses.
So is this a year?
I'll just tell you, it's $55K. So that guy at the tops, the one who killed that man, at the tops, he was making about $70K. You want to have a man go out in the streets with a gun for 19 years and you only paying him $70K? And you're going to be surprised that's how he does business? I argue we got what we deserved. You want a better quality of man? Pay that man. And you see this in the military too. You lose talent. If you can't keep talent, you lose talent, and what's left is what's left. Pay cops better, give them better training, make it harder to become one, and make it harder to stay one. That shows a level of culture. But what we do on both sides, so on the, let's call us the left side, we want to put more requirements on cops, but we don't want to pay them anymore. That ain't right. And then on the right, they want to give the cops more rights, but no more additional responsibility. That's how you get Billy Badass running around, raping prostitutes on the black side of town and shooting people for no reason. Because he's got all this authority, but there's no check. Why don't we balance it? You want professionals, pay them like that and treat them like it.
No, I mean, but and the key thing is, does America wants professionals? Does America, the system of the country, do they care about getting police as professionals, or is it convenience for the system to have these kinds of policemen?
As long as those policemen are only interacting with poor people, America doesn't give a fuck.
They start interacting and harassing wealthy and powerful and influential Americans. That's when there'll be a change.
Have you ever seen the movie? Have you ever seen the movie Traffic?
Yeah. Oh, is that with what's it called? That's
It's
basically
with
with Michael Douglas.
a bunch of A-list actors in it. But I would say the best way to encapsulate how the American attitude on police is would be the movie Traffic, because early on in the movie, in certain scenes in the movie, like the
Oh,
like
yeah, I see. What's called Benicio del Toro. Yeah, Benicio del Toro. Yeah.
when they have some of the poor people were getting high and dying off of all the drugs, and police were enforcing on those people. People didn't give a shit. People don't give a shit about the poor. Any country you go to, people don't give a shit about the poor. A lot of black people are poor. I mean, just frankly speaking. But the thing about it is that when it starts in later on in that movie, like one of the main characters who's a senator, his child gets sick, almost dies, or I think she dies.
Mm.
And then he starts getting concerned about shit.
I remember the movie now, bro. His daughter gets strung out and starts getting dicked down by black dudes on the black side of town. She ends up getting cleaned up at the end, but he didn't care about it until his daughter was in one of those rap videos, those underground cuts. But yeah, I think you both would bring up the real point. Honestly, I think you guys just hit the real thing. Yes or no, do you really care? I keep hearing people talking about, oh, the destruction. I saw Killer Mike and T.I., the destruction. I say, let's be business.
Hey,
Put some
Keith,
numbers on it.
there.
Put some numbers on it. How much does it cost to rebuild half your city? You figure out that number. Then you come back and you say, how much does it cost to double police salaries and training? If the cost of rebuilding the city is lower, own it and just let shit keep happening as it is.
Mm.
If it's more expensive to rebuild the city, which I think it is, by the way, double those salaries, double that training. So what? To your point, stop pretending like you give a shit after the first flame starts. Stop counting the cost of buildings being torn down after the riot starts. If you really care,
There was a reason, because it's a cause and effect. You don't have the looting and the stuff if you don't have 3 police officers killing a dude and getting off. We have reactions. There's a reaction to everything. People went looting just out of nowhere. There was a reason for it. So just take some questions from the live chat. So
I want to get.
Sorry, Sam, you want to say something?
I'm gonna take this one.
So so let me reread it out just for people. So he says, can we relate the Second Amendment to police brutality? Are police officers trained to treat black people with more caution because they've got this preconceived notion that black people are violent? So Sam.
That's 2 questions, first of all. And I'm gonna start it off. I'm gonna start off the first part of that with a statement. And I was talking with Raymond about this actually a couple hours ago. I'm gonna just straight up tell this to any black person who has leaked. I know people are gonna be scared, but if you have a clean criminal record, you're able to afford a gun, buy a gun. Buy a gun. That is, if you live in the United States, if you have a clean criminal record and you can afford a gun, get yourself trained up, buy yourself a gun, because if you need to defend yourself and you need to defend your family. I know there's a big stigma about guns in the black community, but this
over the world, not just the black community, all over the world, people don't really like guns.
This is a dangerous world. You need to protect yourself and you need to protect your family. If you're a legal gun owner in the United States, that's one inalienable right that they give you as a United States citizen, the right to bear arms. I know a lot of people are scared about that. A lot of people don't feel right about that. But one saying that they say in the NRA is that the way to fight a bad man with a gun is a good man with a gun. It sounds fucked up, but it's the way it is.
I mean, what's it called? There's this actor friend I know, like a friend of my brother's, and this guy hates guns, absolutely hates guns. But he posted on Facebook once this whole COVID thing started, and he saw how things could get crazy. he bought himself a gun for the first time, and he's like in his 40s, almost 50. Because, and like, you see, for me, I just don't live in America. So, but I can see where you're coming from, where you have to live in the real world and you have to live in reality. If I lived in America, I'm owning a gun, because it's the idea of the nuclear deterrent. You know, you don't have a nuclear weapon because you intend to use it. It's that I've got a nuclear weapon, so do you want to take that risk by you? Because if you shoot and I shoot, we both die. You know, so if I'm coming to your house and I know that you're armed and you know I'm armed, boom. So if you have a whole bunch of black people who are armed and so forth, whites will think twice before shooting, because do you really want to? So now you're now gambling with getting in a shootout with somebody who is armed as opposed to somebody who is unarmed. Corey?
Yeah, I would say that first of all, yes, the Second Amendment is related to police brutality. I would say simply because police are expecting citizens to have guns because we have a Second Amendment. So they're gonna approach the situation with a lot more cautious than a cop would in a city like London, where I think people don't have firearms, right? They can have knives and shit like that, but yeah. So I mean, but the second question, I think white people in general treat black people with more caution, because the stereotype is the big scary black man. He's going to hurt you. He's going to be more violent. The irony is, and if you look at the history of America, white Americans have more blood on their hands than black people. So I don't know where they get this idea that we're more violent or we're violent at all. So, but that's just what was that, Sam?
I was just saying that, like, if you think about, I mean, they basically put this throughout media and stuff. It was the early on stuff was really like movies like Birth of a Nation, where it like where it glorified the KKK and
made black men demonic and violent and rapist and so forth. Yeah. They were getting it into their mind.
It was mainly rape, because like that was their biggest fear. Their quote unquote beautiful white women getting raped by
the beasts and so forth. Yeah.
Here's the crazy thing.
And the only time the NRA ever was against was against Second Amendment rights is when the Black Panthers started to arm themselves. And then all of a sudden it was like, whoa, wait a minute now. Not every citizen should be armed. Before that, it was a right of every citizen, even if you're a felon, a criminal, anybody, everything. But I mean, I don't know. It's that. So it race, like anything else, or guns, like anything, like any other topic in this country, is tainted by race, because race matters in America. So when you talk about any topic, you have to factor that in.
Do you want to touch on this, Raymond?
Yeah. So I don't remember who said it, but earlier someone made a comment about race. Basically, they were saying it's on both sides. I argue that historically, when we talk about identity politics or how race plays a role, the whole black versus white thing, one side had a choice, one side didn't. And I think that's what somebody said earlier. Like they said, it's not real. One side made something up, and because they had the power, it became real for the other side. So when I see a group of black people, seeing color and operating off of that, I don't understand preaching to them, hey, you guys know the whole race thing is just a construct. It's not real. They're not the ones who built this shit. They're the ones trying to survive it. So yeah, it's not real, but you need to be talking to the people who built it and maintained it. Now with guns and race, I'm a gun owner. My motorcycle has gun racks built into it. That's how much of a gun owner I am. But I tell you this right now, the Second Amendment is the right to bear arms, but it's also the right to not bear arms. I don't feel comfortable when we're telling people that they have to carry guns. What are we creating? I've been in rooms where everybody had a gun, and I've been in rooms where only one guy had a gun, just me. I'm the only person with a gun. I'll tell you this right now, and maybe this is a better way to say it. I've had people shoot at me while I was holding a gun, and I've had people shoot at me when I wasn't holding a gun. That shit feels the same. So I don't understand why people I see what they're trying to go where, it's safer with a gun, But that's a person who ain't been in a room where everybody's carrying a gun and everybody don't like each other. That shit don't feel safer. You don't be sitting there stroking that gun talking about, I got 9 cats that want to murk me, but at least I got my gun. Danger is danger. I argue that those of us who feel comfortable carrying guns and those of us who have elected to hunt wolves, let us do that. But I do not feel comfortable telling every other man, you need to go hunt wolves too. We all have our place. Put it this way, I wouldn't hire me to do the customer service desk at the store. We all got our personalities and our places. So if it's truly freedom, you should equally have the freedom not to. I don't think liberals are crazy by saying, I would like the freedom to not have to carry a gun to go grocery shopping.
I mean, but then on that point, though, what if you're in a situation where, look at what's happening right now in America, things are popping off, things are going crazy, and the racial lines are now being drawn. Don't you think that it's a case of just in case, you should get a gun and just get basic training just for that self-defense? Because don't you feel that it will put you more at a peace of mind knowing that you have some self-defense rather than I don't have any gun and if things really pop off, what the hell do I do?
I think we should. I was access. That's all I was going to say. Go ahead. Just offer everyone access.
I was talking to Sam about this earlier. You know, but before Black folks moved into the cities, a lot of every Black household had a gun, had a rifle in the house. You know, I mean, that was just standard. Everybody knew how to shoot. Most Black folks were rural, and this was the time before people moved up to Chicago and St. Louis and Philadelphia, New York, and all that stuff. So, you know, black gun culture was a part of Black culture at some point. But then when people move into the cities, naturally, the rules change, the laws change. You don't want to have a city, you don't want to have an armed city of Chicago full of 3 million people with guns. So, you know, when I was growing up, I was told that guns are bad, guns are scary. Don't touch them, don't shoot them. If you touch them, then you're gonna die. You know, things like that. I mean, my family was very, anti-gun in that way. And my stepfather had a gun in the house, but I never knew it was. He was always locked up. I was scared to touch it. You know, changing that gun culture. I think when you get a gun into the hands of people, most people will enjoy it. They'll get into it. It's a very good feeling. It's a very powerful feeling, and especially when you know that you can protect your family, you can protect your own with it. I don't agree with that John Wayne shit like they do in Texas, where you walk around with it holstered in a Walmart. I think you should keep it in your house, locked away. But definitely, guns for protecting your house. So somebody who wants to break in, that's definitely necessary. But I'd be willing to say, keep guns in your house. The gun has no reason to be in your car or stuff like that.
All right. So let me just say another question. So is police brutality related to U.S. militarism / adventurism? I mean, anyone who wants to dive in on that, Sam?
I'll just take the short part of it. The facts are the facts. When the soldiers return home, after everyone's patted them on their back and said, thank you for your service, what are their options? Go sell carpet at Carpet Land, go become a cop, or become a security guard. So a good chunk of your police come home from that background. So we are seeing the militarization of the police. And it's not about these humans being deficient. It's about the training, the retraining rather, being absent if it's there at all.
Another thing too, that you also have to put in consideration is that a lot of the guys that are doing this are guys who have like 3-year terms in the military, especially after like the past 10 years. You're talking guys who came back from Iraq, Afghanistan. They did tours there. They did tours in combat where they killed people, seen people get killed, and all sorts of stuff.
And they're mentally unbalanced. It's the whole John Rambo complex.
Yeah. In addition to that, I mean, these guys grew up on some of the same popular culture a lot of us grew up on, which is like reading comic books like The Punisher. The Punisher was big in the 90s. I mean, even if you notice it, like a lot of police stations, they have the Punisher logos on their fucking police cars. Yeah, that's a thing. on top of that, when you notice a lot of things too, as far as people who are training these cops, even cops who haven't been to combat, a lot of them that are being trained, they're being trained by special forces guys, and most of these guys are direct action guys. So what they're used to, what the special forces guys that train them are used to, just fucking going into rooms and just killing things. I wouldn't say
what he's talking about. That's what's bred into us. That's my Army unit patch.
Yep.
That's my Army unit patch right there.
Oh my God! Wow.
So that's the point. You got a few guys like me who decided to read some damn books and get a little education, but most of us, this is what you bred into us, and then you release us out on the streets. What do you expect?
Oh my God. So that is literally embedded on your uniform.
Yeah.
Wow.
You saw it. That's the Punisher logo.
Yeah, no, I'm a huge Punisher fan.
Punisher logo.
Wow.
You know what that says there in Arabic? Infidel. What? So we wore it like a badge of honor.
Wow.
Our unit, Task Force Chaos. Wow. That's who we was. So we
add to that, like, I mean, now the thing about it is that, like, when you go, is that when some of these guys come over, I mean, it's pretty much they end up applying some of the things that they learned in the military to, I mean, dealing with people, and then you end up with this, and not even that, like, also guys who just come out of college, it builds that culture. So you have like military guys, and you have like fresh out of high school. Some of the guys who usually come fresh out of college or fresh out of high school, they tend to be guys that want power, want authority, and then that just builds that whole culture of like, hey, if I join this, I have power, I have authority, and then they go into places where people are less advantaged. Like, it doesn't even have to be a black neighborhood. This could be a trailer park. This could be like the White Hood. It could just be like, so they go there and then they basically just like push their authority. It just happens to be that when they go into a black neighborhood, it's just like things get worse because of because from the previous question, the preconceived notion of I mean the big black scary guy going to sell drugs and gonna kill people.
So let me hit this other one. So again, from Master Rosario says that these NFL teams posting blackouts tweets, LOL irony. So let me just circle back on that whole thing, but now specifically just with the NFL and these NFL teams. So again, for me, like, see, my second favorite sport is NBA, is basketball, because like I used to watch basketball in the 90s and so forth and everything. So for me, it's football, then it's basketball. I've never really been into the NFL, but I think, what was interesting was the whole Colin Kaepernick situation and how the NFL treated him. So just for you guys, since you guys obviously are American and everything, because the NFL seems a lot like the plantation, like the modern day plantation. And the kind of slave owners are these kinds of NFL owners who are these billionaires. Because the funny thing, and someone did this about the NFL and the NBA. See, the NBA, there are no helmets. And the NBA, the players are front and center. You see the players' faces. The players are the stars. In the NFL, because everyone are wearing helmets, first of all, the star is the team, is the franchise. Then it's the quarterback. And more times than not, the quarterback is white. And Tom Brady is seen as the greatest NFL player of all time, which is what they say. So for you guys, with regards to the NFL and NFL with regards to black people and what they can gain from the NFL, what is your view on the sport, Sam?
Yeah, so I mean, as far as the culture with it, you got to think about it this way. So you can get a guy from a black guy from any part of the U.S. Doesn't matter. They come in, they get offered a lot of these opportunities because, hey, the guy may be like 6'2", 220 pounds, but like a pure muscle, and they're looking at this guy like, hey, I could probably use him for my offensive line. So you'll have some guy from like the South being coming to their house, offering them some stuff. This starts at high school, because there's a very big like football culture in the U.S. and this is not just black people. This is white people. So there's a lot of like black and white people that are going through this, but they get a lot of black people off of their physical features. Tell them, hey, we're gonna offer you this, and then on top of that, and then you get into further things such as, okay, are we gonna like? I can offer you a car. I can offer you millions of dollars. I can offer you all these like really hot white women. Like it's just, yeah, it's, and then after that, it just goes from then they see get a taste of that in college, then they go to the NFL, and pretty much at that point they're trapped. I mean, so think about it this way. I actually put a post on Facebook yesterday. It was actually it was showing a picture of Colin Kaepernick, and it was a meme, and it showed a little quote it showed a quote that he was basically trying to do a peaceful method of addressing systematic racism. And what I put is that I think I put something like, you guys had to do it the hard way. I got a lot of replies on that from all types of people, because I got all types of like Facebook friends and contacts. I mean, that have all types of different ideas, a lot of white, a lot of black. And you kind of get some interesting comments from the white people. And there was this one guy, he posted a couple comments, and what he did was that he was like, oh, this is on Sunday, this is during our special time and stuff like that. And he was like, why is he protesting? And then my question was like, my comment to him is that protests are not supposed to make you feel comfortable. But he was like, oh, he could have done this a better way. I was like, when? Fucking Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? You're not gonna fucking care? He's like, I was like, oh, you're gonna be in your little bubble. Yeah, I'm gonna be in my little bubble. I don't care. Well, deal with it. I mean, and then like people were like, oh, and then the funny thing about it is that when you get to that, people comment about how bad of a player he was. I mean, like it's just typical deflection. It's typical.
No, because people, and I think this is the frustrating thing, as why it's going to be such a hard fight to really get anywhere racially, is because obviously you can't change the minds of the white racist people. You just can't. But the white minds that you're trying to change, because again, like there are two factions. They're the white guys who live amongst black people and have black friends and so forth. So they get it because they are in close proximity to black people. But they're white guys who have no black friends, are not in proximity with black people. So with for black people, it's at arm's length. So for them, it's like, wait, what's this whole racism thing? Things are fine, man. What is this whole wire? So to change their minds and so forth is going to be a lot harder. But I want to circle back, because I think, Raymond sort of reminded me about a very interesting thing that guys were saying: segregation and integration. So very interesting. So my face value on Notion is like, yeah, integration, we want to integrate, that is moving forward, segregation bad, integration good. Let's be with white people, other people, and let's just share things and so forth. But my mind keeps going back to this thing that I saw with regards to what this person said, that segregation was helpful for black businesses because the black dollar was kept within the community. Then I thought more. I said, I look at the Jews. I look and I say, because so basically there's this place in London called Golders Green, very Jewish area, very, very Jewish area. And it's so funny. I remember, so I was walking in this Golders Green one time, and this is like Hasidic Jews, so guys with their hair and everything. And there was this kid riding his bicycle towards me. He saw me, stopped his bicycle, and quickly ran the bicycle across the street. I was like, wow, that's deep. But yeah, but when you look at this Golders Green place that is heavily Jewish, you just see that they support each other. Everyone is spending money, and these guys are very well off, and so forth. And even when you want to look at the Indians, you want to look at the Chinese, there is a strong internal community of I help you, I help you, I help you. You're my man, I help you, I help you, I help you. So, question to you guys is this: just maybe to expand upon this. And this is controversial. Would segregation benefit the black community? So let me start with Raymond on this. So would
Let's-
segregation benefit the Black community, or do you think integration has to be the way to go?
Corey is
Okay,
the-
so I would say that absolutely not. Segregation does not help. So you mentioned the Jews, so I'm gonna go off that. The wealthiest Jews in New York, when America first started back in the 1600s, they were called the Sephardic Jews. That's Sephardic, Sephardic. They were the beginning of starting up Amsterdam, the Wall Street, the fashion district, but this is the 1600s. They were expelled from Portugal and Spain because of anti-Semitic tendencies, but they were super wealthy. They did enclave community, meaning they only worked with their own. And digging deeper into that, they worked with other people, but they had a different set of business rules, meaning from one Jew to another Jew, they had a very tight system to where honor was so big that they didn't even have to keep ledgers. Having said that, it was totally okay within their way of their religion to cheat anybody who wasn't a Jew. So what ended up happening is they made a lot of money because they were able to work with each other. They got real big. They started New York. Before I talked about this, I guarantee you that if you asked 100 people who are the Sephardic Jews, they would not remember. They went from top of the line to no one remembers them. How did that happen? It happened because they chose enclave. They only took care of themselves. And while they were able to stack the money for a while, it didn't last because the rest of the world saw what they were doing and said, let's not do business with them. Because if you do business with them, you're going to run some risk. Now, let's talk about Black people. We are the poor version of Sephardic Jews. So whenever I hear the Black community saying, let's start our own banks, great. You have the least amount of money in town. How much money can you put in a bank? And you're taking the least amount of money from the poorest people. So how much money are you going to get to factorize? Because let's remember, how do banks make their money? By lending out the money. If you give them $1, they lend $10 or they lend $12. So if your bank can only get 13 cents, you can't lend out that much. Now, let's talk about who you're going to lend to. So you have a smaller amount of money to collect from the public. You have a smaller setup to give out, and you're trying to give it back to people who are not as stable because they have less money. So while it sounds great, anyone that's actually done the research on Black savings and loans and Black banks in America will see it is one failure after another. Now, don't get it twisted. This is not because Black people are stupid. It's because if we are not allowed in on the mainstream system, we're dead before we start. And that's for anyone, which is why, gentlemen, Bank of America was originally the Bank of Italy. That was an Italian-owned bank for Italians by Italians, but they realized they won't make it on their own. So after World War II, America decided that Italians were white. Because you got to remember, when Italians first came, they were treated like dogs, just like the Irish. But after 2 generations, they said, you know what? You guys are white now. And Bank of Italy changed its name to Bank of America. We need to continue to enforce our role into the mainstream. We don't want this side thing. We want the main thing. And that's what we've been denied. You look at Nixon and Reagan. That's how they tricked the Black people, saying we support Black power. We support Black businesses. That's what Nixon did. Set up a whole bunch of offices out in the hood saying we're going to help Black people learn how to write business loans or write business plans. You know what they didn't give the Black people? None of that federal money to invest in those businesses. So Black people have been sitting around writing business plans, delivering the banks that won't give them shit. Forget all that. You want access to that big money train. So what we need is for America to make a new word, because right now that's, there's entire books written about becoming white.
So will America give Black people that access that you're talking about? That's the
I don't
question.
got nothing for that. I don't got nothing for that, man. I just know not. I know trying to do it on our own is a non-starter. Your question, man, all I got is hope. We just keep fighting a good fight, and if we don't get it, our kids do.
All right, Corey, thoughts on this then?
Yeah, I mean, like I was gonna say that, like the brother said a couple hours ago, you know, I think we need to stop waiting for people to give us something, or waiting for, or wondering if they're gonna, you know, there are a lot of programs and systems in place right now that will help us out. I am a small business owner. I have a small business. I apply for government assistance with my business, and I get it. So I mean, you know, I don't think there's, you know, and I had to learn by doing the research myself, and it's out there for us. You know, I don't think there's any kind of invisible hand that's blocking us from going out there and getting it. Now the education, like, you know, how do we get the education? How do we learn about what's out there? I don't think necessarily. This is where I do think that this is kind of up to us, because why would white people or Chinese people or Jews or anything like that, you know, bend over backwards to help us? I mean, we kind of have to help ourselves, and all the successful ones of us, all the ones that made it, you know, have kind of an obligation to go back and help each other out. That's the way I think that we need to kind of like be a little bit more integrated, because like I said before, when people make it, the first thing they do is they leave, they go move into the white neighborhoods, and they forget about where they came from. And if you have a whole generation of people doing that, then of course, you know, the black neighborhoods are going to be dry, you know, and brain drain, economic drain, everything. They say the black dollar stays in the black community for about 2 minutes, where other communities, they keep their dollars in their community for weeks, months, you know. And you know, I think that
So how do you think that black dollar can be kept in the community longer to then help it to thrive?
Well, I think we need to do a better job at instilling pride and value in what we bring. You know, I am in the middle of a black-owned business right now, and the first thing people do when they hear of a black-owned business, you know the stereotype. They don't want to pay the price that the black business owner is asking for. They want to hook up. They say, oh, is this quality? Is this the same quality? Or, you know, they don't respect the black business the same way that they respect the white business. And I think one thing is to keep the black dollars in is to have respect for the black business. I mean, there's not a lot of black businesses left. I know where I grew up in Philadelphia, Koreans and Indians owned all the businesses. There was no black businesses really. So I mean, you know, we have to make more black businesses. We have to educate the people and show them how to do it, and we have to keep the black dollars in the community. And you know, we're doing a pretty good job right now. I read of the first black grocery store to open in Compton in LA, which is doing pretty good. I think a lot right now, a lot of black people are kind of hungry for black-owned businesses, because they're tired of being treated like shit in these other businesses. So they are hungry to spend their dollars on their own. And I mean, and if the right person comes along, they can definitely, you know, make money off of that.
I think one other thing I want to jump in on with that is that the types of businesses that we do that are black owned, because I think one thing that people do with black owned businesses is that they try to focus on businesses that are either not a great I'm just going to say not a great model, or a business that's very limited or very limited in scope. Because like if you notice in a lot of like these neighborhoods, like where black communities, is that most of the black owned businesses that were enduring there, like the barber shops, maybe a couple other shops, but all the necessities, all the grocery stores, all the liquor stores, all of the like little like kiosks / bodegas are what we call them in the Bronx, but like the little like multi-purpose stores, those are all owned by different people. Like in the Bronx where I'm at, all the nail shops owned by fucking Koreans or Vietnamese people. All the fucking like bodegas owned by like Puerto Ricans or Dominicans, some owned by Asians. Like gas stations owned by Indians, liquor stores owned by Koreans. Like literally the only thing in my community that was owned, and even the supermarkets, like the smaller chain supermarkets, owned by like the one that was right by my apartment complex, that was owned by a bunch of Puerto Ricans. Only black business on my block was a barbershop.
You know, and maybe you guys ain't gonna invite me back after today, but I gotta push back on you, man.
It's all good, man.
Okay, so just a quick breakdown of Black history and finance in America, bro. The reason why those things happen is because we couldn't get credit. The Puerto Ricans and those foreign Chinese, they were let's talk about the Chinese. So it's like they worked so hard. Nah, homie, those were the only ones you allowed in. You made it so hard for Chinese people to get in. The only ones that could get in were Harvard smart level mathematicians and hustle hard families who saved up the money between 80 people so 5 could come to America with the promise of, we'll send for you later. So on the ground, all you saw was Chinese people with money. What you didn't see is that entire network of family that worked to get them that money. And that's why they work so hard. They're trying to get their family back over here. So that's one. Coming back to the others, bro, do you realize the #1 lender to Black America in the 1970s was the Italian mafia?
What?
Black people couldn't get loans. So the best place you could get a loan for a business, let me be clear, the #1 lender for Black business in the 1970s was the Italian mafia. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now, bro. The Italian mafia's interest rates were not competing with the Federal Reserve. So even if you were just as good as that white boy's business, he was paying 4%, you was paying 40%. So I'm not saying you're wrong in what you saw. I'm saying you need to give credit for some mitigating circumstances under the hood. We are amazing people that despite all of this, somehow, some way, Black businesses still exist. So what you see mostly is what you brought up, service industry stuff, because that's what we could get away with. I mean, all the other business, you needed a lot of capital. So no, you couldn't open big things. I'll give you another piece of useless trivia. Stock market crash in 1929. Did you realize only one banker was arrested and put in jail for the stock market crash in 1929? Just so happened to be the Black bank owner of the bank in Chicago. You gonna tell me, bro, that the stock market crash that started the Great Depression in America, the only person who you found guilty of something was a Black man? Oh, and by the way, in case you're wondering what he did, he chipped into an insurance unit where he's with other banks. He's the only Black banker. So he pays into this insurance pool where they said, hey, if you run short on cash, you can pull money out of the group. So all the banks put money into there. His bank ran short on cash during the bank runs in 1929 when shit went bad. He went to the group and he said, hey, I need to dip into our insurance pool. They voted no. Even though he paid into it the whole time, they voted no, he couldn't touch it. So you know what he did? Because his Black customers still wanted their money, he took money out of his personal account and put it into his bank's business account. So when people went to get money to feed their children, the money would be there. That's commingling of funds. That's what he went to jail for. So when I hear people talk about, we need to do better, we need to do this, I'm saying we need to start reading on what the fuck happened back then. Read what happened to all those of us who try to start banks. Read why the only businesses you see are barbers. Only reason we got barbers because white boys don't want to take that from us. That's why we got it.
So let me ask you guys this then. Let me ask you this. So this is from a guy who lives in Nigeria, comes from Nigeria, and so forth. And now the thing about, because which is why I'm very interested to know what your guys' perception is of Africa and whether you've been to Africa. So the thing with Nigeria is there's a lot of poverty. massive amounts of poverty there, and there's a lot of corruption and so forth. But there is incredible amounts of money, absolutely incredible amounts of money in there. So is it a possibility? Is it towards the realms of possibility that blacks in America can do in Africa or with peoples or with because there are millionaires. Like what's it called? The richest man in Africa is a guy called Dangote. He's a Nigerian businessman. So
Yeah.
is it a possibility of where, okay, as Raymond has said, the America will not allow Black Americans to create what they need to create because they're cutting off all the channels. So is Africa a possible alternative? Or is it a case because that link has been cut through, African Americans can't even bring their brains to even try to bridge that gap of Africa and try and actually gain? Because again, why are the Chinese in Africa? These guys are because China know that it's the future. Because one of the big things I learned was green technology. So in the next few years, green technology is going to be very big. And Africa is going to pretty much hold the kind of nucleus and be the hub of green technology. And China know that's the future. Hence why they've been building businesses and now have stakeholders in Nigeria and so forth, because they're trying to build an empire for the future, which is crazy because for Africans, we're like, because trust me, let me be real with you. Nigerian people love American culture. They love American culture, So if you come to Nigeria and you speak with an American accent, you're like royalty. You're complete royalty, So
Hold on. I'm just keep talking, bro. I just want to stretch, but I come at you when you're done. I don't want to pull no muscles.
Okay, so Sam, so do you think the Africa thing is a possibility then?
It's so the thing about it is that it's very nuanced because just to give you a background of like my experience going with Nigeria is that my father ensured that we made sure that we went to Igbo land every year. Like pretty much I went to Nigeria every year from when I was 2, all the way up until I was 16. I went like every summer, every consecutive summer from there. After that, I took a huge break because then I went to college and then joined the military. And the next time I went after that was when I was 32, and my father passed away. Father died of cancer. We made sure we sent his body over there, paid our respects. Then I came back the following year to make sure that we finalized the grave. One of the things I noticed though as I got older, so when you go there as a kid, I mean, you see all the stuff like your father, like my father, like went through the chieftaincy and stuff, and other things such as that, and like it gave me a good understanding of the culture. I think one of the few things I regret not doing was learning the language, learning Igbo.
Mm-hmm.
I know words in Igbo, but I don't know the full language. I know you're an Igbo man yourself.
Oh no. Well,
Yoruba, right?
No. Well, technically, my father is Ishan and my mother is Chekiri, but really Yoruba is what I learned Yoruba in school, but it was very, very basic. So yeah, what I'm trying to do is learn Yoruba. Thinking because Yoruba is the main language in Lagos, which is where I really go. So I don't really go to the village. I go to Lagos, where Yoruba is it's English then Yoruba. So yeah.
Yeah, but the thing with that though is recommend to an American or to an American and primarily a Black American is to get your money if you have the money, if you have the investment, to look in some of the markets, but to travel in between. A good idea of this is that I know some kids who are Taiwanese American in California. What they would do is something along the lines of this. They would I mean, they grew up in the States, educated in the States, fly back to Taiwan after they graduated college, stay there for a couple years, come back to the States and go back and forth, basically keeping their money and basically investing on markets abroad while making money in the States as well. That's one way to look at it.
So for me, Black America. So I was born in Chicago, claimed Baltimore. So did the DNA testing. Both sides of my family come through Mississippi, so both sides is slaves. So when I went to Africa with other minorities, you know, it's a new country, kind of set back in the cut. I watched one of the other black dudes, you know that black dude from New York who got the wooden Africa piece on and everything. So I saw him run up to some African dudes and be like, brothers. And those Africans was like, who the fuck are you? So I was like, that's why I don't run in the room first. So all jokes aside, I found that you've got a couple populations. There are Africans who look down on African Americans. There are African Americans who look down on Africans. So what my closest friend right now, we're both data scientists. He's from Zimbabwe. So when we first met at work, we were real cautious around each other. So we started talking one day, and he was like, you're the first Black American that didn't look down on me. I'm like, bro, you're like the first African to look down on me. So that's what opened me up to, okay, you got those two populations, but then there's this group of us that are just not looking down on anybody. So to answer your question, I think that group of us who don't think we're better and don't think they're less, us getting together and interacting, because I got business connections with Uganda, Zimbabwe, Nigeria. We do good things, but we had to first identify that we ain't either of those first two cats I told you about.
Okay. I mean, so this is interesting. Says, I can't resonate with African Americans the same way as I do with Africans and Caribbeans. It's strange. Now, this is I'm going to talk about my experience personally. It is very Black people. So like the English Black people in England are very different from the American Black people. So this is what I said. I think I said this maybe about 2 hours ago in the stream. I said that if a Black guy tells me he's English, I would laugh, because basically there's this guy, and I'm sure Sam probably knows him. He's a football player called Ian Wright, and this guy is very patriotic. Like, England is very, very patriotic, and whenever I see him be very patriotic for England, I find it amusing, because I'm like, what are you doing? Like, England, I think this was before you came, Ray Rain, but I said, like, England's racism is sort of different from America's, because England's racism is more subliminal. And I said, like, in England, it is literally impossible for there to be a non-white prime minister. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible, because England have to keep the status quo. And I think England is probably the most classist country in the world.
That's different to me, bro. That's what I was going to say to you. Like, outsider looking in, you couldn't not have a Black person because of his skin. It's because you guys have a classism thing, and a Black person didn't come up through the lordship or whatever the shit you call it. So again, I outsider looking in, I've spent less than 2 weeks on the ground in Britain, so I don't know shit. But
yeah. I mean, I just think because I just think because for England, it's very much about keeping the conceptual fabric of it, because English people still subliminally believe in the British Empire concept, and I think that because they believe in the British Empire concepts, it is very important that it remains white and the status quo is white. So that's why it's not even a racist thing, it's also a class thing with regards, and you can speak to many, like the white Cockney people in London and so forth, like the working class. They are very different from the posh people. They say, I despise the posh people, I despise them. But the Cockney people and so forth are some of the realest, best people that you'd ever see. But what I found though is, and this is crazy, like there's a guy and I think Sam may know him. It's called Daniel. So we've been doing a podcast since 2016, and he's half Canadian, half Ugandan, but he lives in South Carolina, so he's pretty much American and everything. But for me, I don't know whether it's my personality or so forth, I seem to gravitate more towards African Americans than I do sort of anyone else really. Is like, for me, it's like most of my friends who are African are probably Ghanaian than they are Nigerians and so forth. But I just think that with African Americans, I just think with just in came because I have quite a irreverent personality, and I'm quite expressive. I think that sort of blends well with the kind of African Americans that I know and sort of. So to sort of Sam, then, like, I mean, what has been like your relationship with like sort of other Africans, Caribbeans, and so forth, Sam?
Yeah, with other people from diaspora.
Diaspora, yeah, that's the word, yeah.
Yeah, one thing I will say though, talking on African Americans, is that I feel one advantage we have over the rest is that we're very bold. We've been through so much shit that we don't take shit from anybody. We take the least shit. We take the least shit that like most other black people take from others. Because I would say this, like Brits, in my opinion, they're very passive. They're very passive. They're very reserved. But a lot of things that I'll say about their culture that I like is that Black Brits are very organized. They're very clean. They really like manage themselves very well. And I guess it's because of the British society and that brushing off on. As far as Nigerians, it's a mix because you got a couple classes there. And the thing you got to understand about me too is that I've got a lot of family that lives all over. So like my mother's side of the family lives in the UK, lives in Jamaica, lives all over the US. My father's side lives mostly in Nigeria, but we got people in the States too. But for Nigerians, it's interesting because you have to deal with people. The complexes are a bit more. It's a bit more complex because of the nature of the country. Corruption really gets down to it. It's pretty crazy. It's more like, what can I do for myself, or what can I do for, and literally just down to what can I do for just myself. It's like everybody's out for themselves in Nigeria.
Okay.
Top to bottom.
All right, Raymond.
I'm not just trying to like always disagree with everybody. You gotta remember what I do for a living. I get paid to look at, for the team, what are we not thinking about that we should think about that might hurt us or could help us. So even when I hear that, I'm hearing how Nigeria is being described, I'm sitting here wondering, how is this different from America? When you tell me that everybody in Nigeria is out for themselves, what do you think happens when a Nigeria shows up to America? There's a whole bunch of Americans at the airport going, be our guest, put our service to the test. What, like, do you think that's the shit that goes down? It's like, if Nigerians are like any other foreigners that I've met, they showed up like, oh, America, I love it. And America's like, shut the fuck up. That's usually what happened after they got cheated or robbed or shit, man. I've heard some crazy ass stories about what it's like coming to America. America is rough. I agree with you. The opportunities are endless, but that's kind of like another one of those little magic tricks I keep talking about. Just because it's possible doesn't mean that it's probable. So we all could win the lottery tonight. Doesn't mean that if we spend our entire paychecks every day the rest of our lives, any of us should expect to win. So when you, again, I feel like a lot of this stuff, honestly, I think I'll say all of it. You can try to prove me wrong. I think everything we've talked about today comes back to money. So yes, in America, you have the option, you have the chance of making that dream. I believe that that 60 to 70% of Americans, there's at least 2 years in their life where they are in the top 10% of income brackets, meaning their household. So you're married, whatever, 2 years in their life back to back, they're in the top 10% of income earners. What that means is if 2/3 of us get to the top, that means a shit ton of us don't stay there. Now, we haven't even dug in the race. When you look at the numbers by race, Black people, even after college and fighting out the hood and getting their money out, the chances of them keeping their money and transferring it across generations, it pales in comparison to whites. For some reasons that maybe we control, others I would say we clearly don't. So it's like none of this is a sprint. And maybe that's what we're trying to say. Right now, the fires have started. Now everybody wants to fix everything like this is a sprint. When I argue this shit's a marathon. The conversation on how do we stop cities from burning should have started, back. I don't know. It should have started back with "Don't Shoot" or Garner. Shit. Do we even realize this is not the first time that we said "I can't breathe"? Has anyone caught on that?
No. I mean, basically, that's the wild thing, and I think even just to sort of go and circle ourselves back on the whole issue with America now is, it's for me. I think it's control. Control is, I'm going to spit in your face, and you're going to smile at me. I'm going to punch you, and you're going to be angry, but you're going to smile at me. Okay, I'm going to piss on you, and you'll smile at me. That's control. That is psychological control. Because if we can treat these guys like crap, show injustice in their face, and they can't change anything, we have them. We have them. So do the hashtag, do the protests. A few months, you're going to be singing, dancing, rapping, and running. Because that's what we need you for. Okay, come here, run up and down, throw that ball, and that's how we do. This injustice it is what it is. What are you going to do about it? So when I now look at this protest now, is how far is this going to go? How far is it going to go? And I think I won't even come out to Raymond since you have worked in the army. So this is things are popping off now, and it's so funny when people say, "Oh, this is happening in America. You live in England. This doesn't concern you." And I say, genius. First of all, I'm Black. So anything happens to Black people, I just have a personal connection to. That's the first thing. My uncle lives in Atlanta. That's the second thing. And the third thing is, America is the empire. If the Roman Empire did anything, it's affected everyone. The Greek Empire did anything. Every time through time, what happens with the empire has either a direct or indirect effects to the rest of the world. So anything that America does will have either a direct or indirect effects to the rest of the world. So what is happening right now is very interesting. Because again, I was having a conversation with my mom. My mom says that, this is the beginning of the end. America is now crumbling. I said, I don't know. Because obviously my mom likes to just go to the extreme and everything. I say, well, let's just cool off. But I just say that this is, because what this is a reckoning for Trump. And that's why I want to come to you, Rainbow, now, is what powers does Trump have with regards to the army? How far can the army go? And what can they do? And what are the kind of parameters and rules that the army can exercise? What powers can Trump use with regards to how he can utilize the National Guard or the army with civil unrest?
So I'm going to answer that, but we need to say up front, I've studied a lot of things, but law is not really one of them. So I'm not a lawyer. Okay. So everything I'm going to say is based on historical precedents, meaning what has been done and what has not been done because everyone said you couldn't do it. Okay. So in America, you have the National Guard and the Air National Guard. These are controlled by the governors, not the federal government. So Trump cannot activate the National Guard on his own. He can pressure or push the governors, but without them, he can't do it. Now, how does he get them to do it? Usually a president says, I'll pay for it. Because if a governor activates the National Guard, he's got to pay for it out of his budget. So again, it's all about the money. Now you have the Army reserves. You have the Marine reserves and Navy reserves. These are controlled by the federal government. But quick thing through the military, you have combat arms, you have combat support, and then you have service support. Most of the roles that are in the federal government part, that reserves, they are service support, not combat or combat support. So you can activate it, but all you're going to activate is a whole bunch of accountants and doctors and logistics people. Now, there is a rule, let's just call it a rule right now in America, that you cannot put American soldiers on American soil. But Trump is a honey badger. I don't like the cat, but you got to give credit for gangster where credit is due. There's been a lot of shit where everybody says you can't do that, and Trump has just straight up gone honey badger. So, up to this point, it has been said that a president cannot put American troops on American soil. I am not convinced that that means he can be stopped. Who's going to stop him? I mean, just think about it. If Trump, the way he acts, says...
I mean, because Mo has said that you need Congress. So does he have to go through specific channels before?
Bro, tell me the time where Congress made Trump do something he didn't want to do. Cat didn't show up for his own trial. And they're like, well, he didn't show up, so I guess not guilty. Name a single thing that the legislature has made Trump do that he didn't want to do. Not only, this cat is so gangster that he took the Fifth Amendment, which means you can't incriminate yourself. He put that as an umbrella to say that the Fifth now means I don't have to incriminate Trump. Anybody that works for him now is pleading the Fifth, not because they did shit, because he did shit. The Fifth is a new meaning now. No, I plead the Fifth. You can't have me rat on my boy. That's what the Fifth means now because of Trump. So he is doing things that everybody's looking at each other like, he can't do that. Can he do that? That's what we've been saying the last 3.5 years.
But I mean, so before I come to Sam, because I want Sam to take this, but you see, Raymond, that is where I have, because you said that he isn't smart. Now, smart, there are different levels of being smart. He ain't smart the way Obama is smart. Obama is like an intellectual smart dude. But there is gangster smart. Where is that? An opportunist is smart. The way an opportunist is smart is not the same way that an intellectual is smart. It's not the same way a scientist is smart. It's not the same way a quantum physicist is smart. So there are different levels of intelligence. So Trump's smartness is that kind of street thug gangster smartness.
No, I call that gangster.
An opportunity. Okay, if I do this, exploit. I see that. Oh, that's if I do this, exploit. So it is a kind of smartness,
I call it, that's gangster. The fact that you don't respect anything and you're willing to follow your interest more than anyone else. So Trump is a bad driver on the highway that never gets in a car accident because everybody else is a good driver, so they avoid his ass. That's what Trump is. He's the one driver that says, everybody else is paying attention, I'm just gonna do whatever the fuck I want, and just starts doing J turns and S turns out on the 4 highway lane. All the other cars crash and burn, but he comes out scratch-free because everybody else was a cautious driver and they swerve out of his way. But he's good. That's Trump to me. It's not about being smart. It's about really just not giving a fuck about anybody but yourself. And knowing that no one else is as selfishly gangster as you.
All right, Sam.
One thing, bring up the question again because I was paying attention to something else. Sam,
I'm in the chat, bro. What the hell is going on?
So with regards to the whole Trump thing, then, so do you think that how do you think this is going to play out with regards of the army coming out? Do you think that this dude is actually going to say, screw whatever laws there are? he's going to actually bring out the army and pressure people with regards to bringing out the army and so forth into the streets. Like, how the heck? I mean, what happens with these protests? Because it seems as if these protests are escalating gradually.
Okay, a trend that's going on. First of all, let's talk about the military. So there's a little something called posse comitatus. It's an act that was pushed, which basically tells the limitations and authorizations when the military can become federalized on U.S. soil. It takes a lot. It would take a large level threat in order for that to happen. One of the things that President Trump actually did pull up was the Insurrection Act, which the last time it was used was during, I believe it's the assassination of President Alexander Hamilton. But it's essentially a rule that was built for this type of situation. An uprising in the terms of the citizens basically going up against the government. But usually the thing with the way that the Constitution and the amendments were built, they were built to protect the people against the government. That's kind of like, because really the way that the U.S. government was designed was basically to protect the people against the government, to protect them from unnecessary tyranny, to protect them against suppression, basically to do the opposite of what the Brits were doing at the time. But as far as but getting back to the point at hand, the military, first of all, it has to be martial law. Secondly, you still have, even with that, the governors have a lot of power. The president,
so the presidents can't force the governors to do anything.
No. He's saying
to an extent.
He's saying that it's so up in the air because there's no precedent. You're going to have a lot of men deciding which side they stand on because it's not clear.
Exactly. And the thing about that is that with this, they can call the National Guard, but really what's going to happen is that it's not going to, it's going to be National Guard and maybe a couple like federal military elements, like special operations or something. But normally it's just going to be the National Guard pulling guard, basically stopping people armed with non-lethal paintball guns, basically doing the same thing as riot police. Their only difference is that they're going to have armored vehicles, and basically pulling curfews and pulling guard. It's as far as using tactics like lethal rounds and killing people and shit like that. I mean, it wouldn't escalate. I don't think this will escalate to that, but it would have to be really bad for it to escalate to that. Like we'd have to see the looters and the looters and fucking rioters with like weapons that are actually designed to kill people. I mean, like these guys are throwing around, at the worst, the looters are throwing around bricks, Molotov cocktails. I mean, stuff, a riot, maybe commandeering weapons at the worst, but like it's mostly just hand tools. So they're gonna treat it like a regular riot, which is rubber bullets, bean bags, fucking water cannons and shit like that.
So I mean, let me even, because I told you that this was definitely known because both of you guys as Americans, because throughout yesterday and everything, I spent so much time on social media looking at responses and so forth. And so again, going back to a conversation I was having with my mom, because my mom said it's over for Trump. Writing is on the wall. He can't win. He can't win. Like the world is now watching and so forth. And I said to my mom that don't be so sure, because Hillary got more votes. Man for man, woman for woman, and everything. Hillary got more votes. But there's this thing which is wild, and maybe you guys can explain to me the Electoral College.
I heard you call it out pretty easy earlier.
Because my thing is that so more people voted for me than you, but because certain states have greater importance, you win. But more people voted for me. That's wild. So because of the whole electoral college thing, I said to my mom that, you see, when I'm just okay, Twitter is a microcosm. It's a microcosm, but just looking at how that first election went, looking at America, and the fact that Trump is unlike any president in history, specifically for the racist white man and for the ignorant white man who doesn't really care about race, and for the white man who just wants to get rich. So for those people, they're like, is this enough of a tipping point for me to be like, okay, Trump is too crazy? And the issue is the whole Biden thing. So my thing now is America going forward, because is there a positive step for America going forward, or are we seeing the beginning of something crazy happen where this could be a serious revolution with regards to things just go belly up, with regards to just guys just going crazy and this thing just devolving? So what do you see the next few months being within America? Is this the beginning of something, or it will be over? Like we'll basically forget about this in the next few months.
I say if it gets easier in the next few months, that means nothing's going to change. In order for change to happen, it actually has to get worse before it gets better. And I just want to throw out one thing, and then, and it's actually a voice that if we do this again, we should consider getting on here. I know educated, intelligent Black men who have served their country who like Trump. I mean, and I don't mean like quibbling like him. They're like, he's the man. Biden is evil. I personally think they're drinking malaria pills, but I mean, that's their guy. So I think we've got to be fair in that while Trump, in my opinion, represents a white identity politics, there are Black people who have bought into white identity politics, if that makes any sense. And they've been convinced by the Republicans that if they do the right things, they will be allowed to share a piece of victory. Your Candace Owens, I'm sure you guys know these names.
Yeah.
They have truly been convinced or convinced themselves that, they will be let in. Even the Latins, I'm seeing guys talking about, yeah, we need more ICE. We need more Border Patrol. I'm like, Rodriguez, you know that they can see you, right? It's like, they're not your friends, Rodriguez. But yeah, we got to acknowledge these cats exist.
Sam.
Yeah, so pretty much with the way things are going, I don't think as far as policies and procedures, like, I mean, they're going to be the government is going to be looking at this as they're going to be looking at this as something that they're going to figure, how are we going to stop this again? The truth is, it's going to be really hard to predict how to stop this from happening again. It may make them think about, it'll change certain social elements of what we do. People are going to be more, people who oppose this, they're going to buy more guns. I just saw something that said that 6 million guns were bought between the months of March and now. 6 million guns in that short period of time because of coronavirus and because of this riot, because of these riots around the U.S. And then on top of that, I mean, you got stuff like the cops. I mean, cops are going to be second guessing their actions because they're going to be getting videotaped. People are going to videotape. I've talked about that earlier in the podcast. I mean, that people are going to be videotaping anytime they have an encounter with a cop. I know I will. Yeah. And it's going to really set a new precedence as to what we're going to do. But yeah, it's as far as these riots right now, I think these are going to end within the next couple days. They'll
And,
come.
and then when it ends, then what then happens when they end? Does anything change?
I don't think anything massive is going to change. Now, here, looking at like the compelling evidence in the George Floyd case, I have a good prediction that he is going to do a serious amount of time. It'll be because they just came up with the autopsy and it was determined a homicide by asphyxiation.
But then have you heard with the Chinese cop Tu Tao who was there? He's fled the state, so his lawyer can't find him.
State?
Yep,
Shit.
his lawyer can't find him.
Are you sure about that, bro?
I need to look that up.
That sounds crazy.
No, because like because again, if you just type in to Tao fled, there is a thing that says, let me even bring this up. I said, wait, I said, what? What's it called? To Tao fled. Okay, let's see.
How do you spell his name?
To Tao, I think. Tou space Thao. So maybe we'll just say, but I saw its flash up about him fleeing, that he's fled. Or people can't find the dude. Because what I just find crazy is, basically Minnesota, these guys are wild. It's like, how do you see what's happened to that evidence and you sack them and you fire them? And you've allowed so many days to elapse that people don't even know where those other 3 officers are. So it's we obviously got the main dude who's arrested, but we don't even know where those 3 officers are. So
yeah, I'm looking in the comments here. A lot of people are asking about that. Like, okay, so for those who don't know the full story, the only officer that got arrested was Derek Chauvin, which was the one who had his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck. The other 3 officers were just fired. I mean, usually that's a standard procedure for these issues. They don't. They just let them go and pretty much wait from there. So like it's so they didn't charge them. They didn't put them in anything. So and looking at that comment there from Mo Wada, murder is the only viable.
This is that my thing, and I think even it was Daniel that sort of made the points about it. Is once the guy said I can't breathe, and it's on record that the guy said I can't breathe, and you kept on going, that's going to be at the very least second degree. There could be things that, because they were talking to Steven Jackson, who of course is the NBA player, who was a close friend of George Floyd, and he was saying that there are many things coming to light about stuff that he can't go into any detail right now, because the fact that these guys, they knew each other for 17 years. These guys know each other, and they both did security. So there may be a case of where this was. I just think that there's a deeper story going down that maybe we don't know.
I believe there is. So one thing we do know about the case is that 3rd-degree murder in the state of Minnesota is considered to be up to 25 years in prison. So he will go. So if he does get the full extent of that, he will be going to jail for a long time. He won't get life, unfortunately, but he will be in jail for a long period of time.
I mean, because see, for me, it's like you compare this to the whole Rodney King thing, and see that Rodney King thing is because again, I just remember it. Again, remember, so I was in Nigeria during that time and everything, so I just remember just hearing the name and everything, and it sort of coincided with the OJ case, which was huge. But just looking at the whole Rodney King thing, and also looking at his face afterwards, and the fact that they got off, that is just, for me, that is wild. And that is why when you see something like that, that's why I go back to the whole thing of control. I will spit at you, I will punch you in the face, and you will smile at me. And once you do that, I control you, And that is what the whole Rodney King thing was. Because Rodney King thing was, we're going to screw you up. It's on video and everything. And these guys are going to go off because we own you. We rule this. You have no rights here. So it is going to be very interesting to see what happens with regards to this case, and also what happens moving forward, because basically the fight that people want is police reform. So basically just final words on for everyone before we sort of round off this whole 4-hour thing. So according to Raymond, what do you think the future holds for Black people in America and Black people with regards to the police moving forward future?
We talked about a lot of negative things, but I think progress is going to keep going the same direction it's been going. It's not going to go as fast as we want it to go, but I think we're going to keep moving in the right direction. So it's the story ends well for us. I think what you're really asking is, are we going to be alive to see it or not?
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just thinking about my kids right now, my kids.
Sam?
I'm kind of on the same boat with Robert on this. The thing about it is that like we're making improvements. Everything from culture to to processes in our government and processes with people and relations. Because you got to consider the other thing too is that actually Robert told me this like years ago. We had a conversation years ago in regards to it where it was like, yeah, that one of the big issues we have with racism is that some of the people that were alive during the civil rights movement are still alive. You got to remember, the 60s was 60 years ago. So there were teenagers. There were teenagers that were from there, that were from that time, that were learning all this bad stuff from the KKK, that grew up in the 70s, were members of the KKK as teenagers, and then fully grown adults in the 80s, all the way up until the 2020s. They're basically high-ranking officials in the police and military forces. People are straying from that. But also there's other things in that as well. There's negatives in that where like a lot of stuff. One thing I'll say is that the Obama administration, while it did bring positive hope to the Black community, it did bring a sense of despair to the white community, and that ended up an increase in the amount of activity with and possible memberships to like white supremacist groups. Yes. And that's been quantified in numerous articles, numerous studies. But the one thing though is that this has brought hope and awareness, because there are people more taking a line. Because like think about the protest that just happened. The protest and the riots that are happening. There's a lot of involvement in all of those by people. We're seeing that we may have said some people are fake woke, but out of the group of people who are fake woke, there's a bunch of people who actually are woke. White people who actually are woke. They may not understand the struggle. They may not understand our struggle. The thing is that we're not going to give them a pat on the back for doing something they're supposed to do, but we're going to keep them around because they're decent human beings. But then again, if somebody's taking a bullet for you, or somebody's taking a beanbag to the face for you, they deserve a pat on the back, in my opinion, because that's more than being a regular human being. They're fighting for you. They're helping you. If it's just saying that I'm not a racist, I'm not going to give you a pat on the back, but for that, I'll definitely give you a pat on the back.
So no, all right, look, man. For me, just to round up for me personally, I think we just have to wait and see. We have to wait, because I've seen this story play out before, and my fear is this just a case of, okay, it is all okay. You do the hashtag, you do the black thing, you do the whole thing again, and then after a few months, Drake or Kendrick will drop an album, or Lil Wayne will like nyeh, and then Lil Wayne will drop a thing and be like, okay, cool, we've now forgotten that whole stuff. So that's my fear. So the hope is for people to stay on course and to really fight for real proper change, and this is a time to reflect, because I do feel like if some conversations that I'm seeing are far deeper than the ones when we saw the thing with Eric Garner, Philando Castile, and so forth. I think these are more. I think this may be a catalyst. That's it's like, okay, you know what? I think it's time for some real proper change beyond this, and for us to have a greater kind of conversation. So, guys, look, man. Hope you've enjoyed this flipping 4-hour, almost a 5-hour talk, man. And we have to do this again, man. We have to definitely do this again, man, because I think this is this was definitely a very, very good conversation. And also even if this was very black, even for non-blacks out there, I think you can learn so much from this. I think a white Spanish dude said that he has learned more about race in these 4 hours than in all the years he spent at school. And I think that's in itself, is so much of a success of what we've done. And I just hope that whether you agree or disagree, that this was something that was educational. And I think definitely, hopefully, because I know Sam and everything, we can definitely do this again with the same team and just, talk about more of this kind of hardcore discussion. So any final words, guys, before we sign off?
No, it was great being here, and I want to do something like this again. There was one British guy down there though, I don't know if it was Joe Baker or one of the other guys who was on earlier, to see if we can get some other perspectives in here, because I would like to talk with some with the white guy. I mean,
for sure. Oh, yeah. Actually, you know what? I think next time I'll definitely try and get some white dudes all up in here, man, for sure.
Yeah, serve them up.
But I mean, good.
Okay, guys, that's with me, HH Band, signing off. Remember to like the video, remember to subscribe, remember to join up and become a member. I'm out. Peace out, guys.
Peace.
Peace, guys.
Peace.